record on this computer. There we go. All right, so let me move you guys to the other screen. So this is Zbrush right here, and don't worry, guys. It might look overwhelming in terms of UI. I will go on record right now saying that I think this is the worst UI out of any 3D software I've seen, because I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Like, you have a big, nice viewport to work with, but then you have a bunch of just menus. Like look at all these dumb menus, and then more menus on the side. So don't get overwhelmed. It is a lot of buttons in here, but we only use like 6. Like there's a very small amount of buttons that we actually use on it. But I'll just show you guys some a little bit of sculpting while we're getting everyone's downloaded. Let's delete this right here. All right. So yeah, this is Zbrush. This is the new way of kind of making things. It's very free form, guys. I have all my things bound to hotkeys, but once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to do a lot of, you'll be able to just work much more freely, right? So if I'm like trying to sculpt a face, I can just kind of get the general shape of it in here. And I'm not going over the exact tools just yet because I'm waiting for everyone to sort of get their things installed. But then you can start kind of pushing in at the surface here. Just kind of sculpting into that. And like the real key of this program, right, is that we're not thinking about extrusions, right? We're not thinking about multi-cuts. We're just thinking about shape and form entirely, nothing else. And like that's the true key of it, right? Because like before, you have a lot of like technological barriers to you sort of making a shape. Do you guys have the link to download Zbrush? Let me get it for you. You could just Google Zbrush trial and then it should pop up. Let me find it though. Here you go. I'm posting that link in chat, Gemma. Kendall, I already like this more. It's so smooth. Yeah, no, I would not suggest anyone model a character in Maya completely, right? Zbrush, as you can see, it's like perfect for sort of smooth forms, right? Organic forms. You can get really nice just appeal in here if you work at it. Like the problem with Maya is that like you're thinking of your topology, right? You're thinking of your edge flow while you're modeling that stuff. And then you switch over to this and you're like, oh, I'll just offload all that and not worry about it and just sort of kind of have a nice smooth sort of experience, much more free form. You can sculpt whatever you want on here. It's much more observational rather than like technological, depending on like what your reference is, So we're using a mouse to this tablet. I'm using a tablet for sure. You could use a mouse. You could use a mouse, but I would think that it would slow you down a lot. So absolutely, I'm using like the cheapest tablet known to man. So I was thinking, how is this mouse moving so fast? Yeah, no, it's definitely a tablet here. But yeah, so this is like just kind of some bare bones stuff on this. Kind of looks a little bit wacky right there. But yeah, so this is the magic of ZBrush. It's kind of trying to get that sort of your shapes down in here. And they also have a lot of cool tools for us. Like notice how my nose is like stretched out right here. like you can see the polys, or like if I turn on the poly line, they're like actually getting stretched out there. And I'll leave polyline on for this because it's a pretty cool tool. So if we turn that on, and look at this nose area. Now, I'm going to do something called Dynamesh. We're going to go into this once we do the actual lecture, once everyone has the program. But if we click on that, boom. See how it just resamples everything there and kind of just rescans your polys. So that's a huge sort of advantage as well in here, that if you pull out like a really long, like maybe if I was doing like horns on this character, if I sized up my brush, actually let's size that down again. There we go. So if I was doing some horns on here, like these are all super stretched, right? And if I tried to sculpt on them, you know, it would get like weird and messy, you know. But if you just Dynamesh that right there, look, it just resampled all of it, and you're good to sort of start sculpting on those. And we can sort of pull those into shape as well. Now, I've been talking up Zbrush a lot, right? I've been kind of just shilling for pixel logic for a while, right? But we should go into what it's not good at, you know? And something it's not good at is really geometric forms. So things like armor and a car would be kind of difficult in here, but still very doable. Still very doable. You'll find that a lot of like, let me pull some art up. Here we go. Like this is the top end of ZBrush stuff. Like this guy is world class. Like if you talk to any sort of character artist, they know about this guy and they like look up to him. Like he's insane. But let me show you. So like look at this armor in here. Like this is completely in ZBrush still, right? So while it's not like if you have something simple like, oh, I want to model like a belt buckle, like you could definitely you could model that in Maya like really quick and then export it to ZBrush, you know. But like it's really good for like sort of ornate paneling like this. But if you zoom in, you can still see, oh man, I wish I could, can I like not make this bigger? Let's see. You can still see like on this sort of ribbing right here, it sort of gets a little bit, it's like almost organic in sort of their shape, you know. But you can still get a lot of, you know, clean shapes at the end of the day. So it's a fantastic program. And I mean, let's just look at some of his other stuff too. Like this guy's insane. Like what the fuck? Look at this. Oh my gosh, guys. And this is all ZBrush. All in ZBrush that this is done. Of course, this guy's like world class, right? Like this is a world class artist. So don't be like, oh man, my stuff doesn't look like this like next week. Like don't you dare say that to yourselves. Like this is the first time you're touching the program. Like this guy has been in this program for years, and he's also just one of the best, most talented artists I've met ever. So like, you know, let's be kind to ourselves, but also let's just look at like the kind of cool shit you can make in ZBrush. Like, oh my god, this is so sick. This is so sick. But yeah, oh man, the possibilities. Wait until you see the rock I made. I mean, Victor, if you actually have some rocks to show me, I'm so down because I love environment art. I frequently browse through environment artists on Twitter, and they have amazing rocks, and I'm like, I never thought I'd be so excited looking at rocks. Like I'll be playing a game and I'll just stop and just like look at the environment and be like, man, it's a nice boulder on the ground. That's a nice like just pavement, you know, like just random stuff like that. Let's see, someone posted it. Cylinder time. Keely's basically doing something called 2.5D mode, where it's sort of drawing cylinders in your scene. But yeah. Yeah, so this is ZBrush. We're just gonna mess around. Is anyone still struggling to get the demo or the trial? Anyone struggling? Okay. Mine is taking a while. Almost done. All right. I'll stall for a little bit longer. I'll stall until 4:30. Gemma's got a little bit more time then. Just enjoying the way these shapes happen together. More demon time. Yeah, exactly. And you'll probably get a little bit overwhelmed when you open up the brush menu in ZBrush, but I've distilled it down to pretty much some core ones on that handout if you ever have to review it. But yeah, if you open up your brush menu, you'll see a billion brushes. Again, it's the same thing as the like there's a lot of buttons in the UI. We only use like 6 brushes or something. My tablet's delivery ETA is 7:30 p.m. If you want to stall until that. Susie, you can use your mouse while we go along. Anytime that I'm talking about using my stylus, then you could just left click on your viewport somewhere instead, because the stylus down is the same as left click, you know. Rooting for your delivery person, yeah. Hell yeah. While we're waiting, let's get everyone sort of started on, just so they can start playing around with some brushes. If we go to your light box over here at the top left, and you click that, you're going to see like it opens up a lot of different sort of pre-existing files in ZBrush, and you can browse some of these on at your leisure. But what we're kind of interested in is Dynamesh Sphere 1. It's under the Project tab. I've noticed on some students' monitors, like a lot of this panel gets cut off, like so you won't see this full thing. So you can drag in on this bottom bar left and right. So you could like, if it's like off the screen a little bit, you can scroll over that way. They got D20s in here. Hell yeah, they do. Right there. But yeah, so we're interested in Dynamesh Sphere. I'm going to do Dynamesh Sphere 128. And I'm just going to double click that. And mine's talking about like my project. I don't want to save any of this, so go with no. There we go. So just to get you guys started, I'm not going to go into the full lecture. I don't want to leave people behind. You can open up your brush palette up here, top left, and you can click on some brushes. It'll start you off with standard, which is a fine brush, and I recommend you guys using that. We already have symmetry on, and you can start kind of just pushing on that, or pulling out on that surface. You can just pull straight out on that, guys. And I'm just dragging my stylus across this. If you're on a mouse like Sophie, you can just, or not Sophie, Susie, you can just left click drag, the same thing, same exact thing. And if you want to see it from a different angle, just start dragging around off of your mesh. So I just go into this empty space and left click drag, or stylus down drag, and you can kind of see how you can start making some shapes. right? So yeah, let's just have a little bit of fun with this while we're waiting for everyone.
What tab did you click to get the sphere again?
Yeah, over in Lightbox up here. Pop that open, and then you're going to navigate over to Dynamesh Sphere, this one right here.
Gotcha, thank you.
You got it. Yes, we've gone over some basic controls there. You guys know how to sort of push out on this surface and rotate the camera. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm going to go back over it when we do the full lecture. But just for playing around right now, you can left click off of the sphere and drag it around. So let's just stylus down and drag off the mesh, and you can rotate around there.
How did you remesh it again?
So you want to do Dynamesh is basically what you're thinking about. And I don't want to get into this quite yet, but just for right now, Keely, if you go over to geometry right here on the right side of your screen, and then go down to Dynamesh, you'll see this little orange button. You can either click it off and click it back on, and it'll rescan the model, or you can make some changes in here. If you pull out a lot of stuff and then control left click drag off the model, it'll rescan it the same way. I think I turned symmetry on. Oh, Sophia, it starts with it on. So that's the default way. If you want to turn off symmetry, just press X. But be sure to keep it on if you're doing a symmetrical model. For our faces, I would say keep it on. And in fact, for most of our characters too, I would say, if you're going to do a character in the class, I would say leave that on. No problem. How do you zoom out of the model? Okay, I'll talk more about camera controls then, besides rotate. So besides just orbiting around with left click, you can also Alt, left click drag, and you can kind of pan around the scene. Now, Edgar's wondering about zoom. If you want to zoom in and out, it's basically the same as panning, but while you're panning, you let go of Alt. So the keystrokes would be stylus down while holding Alt. So Alt plus stylus down off the model. And then while my stylus is still down, you let go of Alt. It's a little bit weird. It's going to take some time getting used to zooming, but it's really fast though once you do, because it's just all of it's on your stylus and one button basically, Alt. So yeah, definitely get used to camera controls. Definitely commit that to memory. Is there an undo? Yep, Control Z. Control Z will undo. All right, so you guys good to go? You guys have it downloaded, installed? All right. Let's get this party started. So I'm going to do the same exact thing that I did setting up everything, right? I'm just going to, let's get this breb. Fucking breb. Oh, man, I like it. So I'm going to do the exact same thing I just did. I'm going to start from a fresh scene, fresh project. I don't want to save this bad boy at all. So I'm just going to go into Lightbox up here. Beep, beep, beep. This little file browser for ZBrush starts you off on just your general sort of files that come with ZBrush when you install it. There's a lot of different tabs in here too that you should explore in the future, but for right now, we're just concerned about Dynamesh right here, Dynamesh Sphere, this one. So click that one. You could go with any of the Dynamesh spheres, but I like the 128. It's at a good resolution. So I'm gonna double click that. It's gonna ask if I want to save, to which I will reply no. My laptop has a problem. It's out of disk space before I can install. Oh, Rachel, damn, you're like full to the brim then. Yeah, you're gonna have to like either uninstall a program or like offload something to an external drive before you can. Do you have any cloud stuff you can dump before? Yeah, right. What version of ZBrush do we need? It's the 2020 trial is what I sent out to you guys right here. If you just follow that link I posted in the chat, I'll post it in Discord again for y'all. It did come with the email, so you can always look over that, but it is in 2 spots. I will be resuming the lecture though. I'm low on space. I usually drop a game. Yeah, same here, Keely. Always down to offload some of that stuff. But yeah, if you're running out of disk space now, you will need more for the rest of the class because it, as we go on, we're going to be working with bigger files, you know, and if we're saving incrementally, as we should, then we're going to run into some issues. All right, so steps we've done so far, Lightbox and Dynamesh Sphere. That's pretty much it. And it brings this in, and we can just sculpt a little bit on here. I'll just do something to give us like a frame of reference. But I'm going to be talking about camera controls. And let me just open up my Photoshop. Right here, you can see I list them all. To orbit around the model, left click and drag off the mesh. So if you left click off the mesh and drag around, we can orbit. So we have a nice orbiting camera there. And to pan, you hold Alt and left click. And to zoom, it's the same as pan, Alt and left click, but then you let go of Alt while still dragging. So that's going to zoom in and out. And something cool about orbiting is that you can hold Shift and it will snap to the front and the sides. So say you have reference for like the front of a person's face and you want to sort of snap directly to that perspective, you can. You can just hold Shift while you're orbiting, and it will snap to those different cardinal directions. Very useful. Very useful. Very useful. Now, I'll just give you guys a little bit more time to get used to rotating that camera around. So yeah, just make sure you can make marks by dragging across the mesh and orbit that camera around there.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
I might have different controls since I'm on a Mac, but I thought I zoomed out, but it kind of the square got smaller and the whole thing got smaller instead of more background showing up. You know what I mean? Like the window.
Oh, this.
The window got smaller instead of like the like being out of perspective or zooming out. I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, okay. This frame right here got smaller.
Yeah. So I thought I was zooming out, and then I like it zoomed out, but then the frame kind of stayed within ratio of the thing, and just kind of it's just like a little square on like a
You're
black
on
background.
Mac. Okay. Also, Edgar, I still don't understand. Let me get Edgar's questions. I know what's going on with his. Edgar's in a scenario where his entire screen is taken up by the character, so you can't really click off the mesh, right? So there is this outside box. I'm just going to like the 4 points. This is like light gray line right here. And what you can do is you can click and drag outside of that line instead, Edgar. So you can, if you're too close to the model, you can hold Alt and left click outside of this, right, to start panning. And then you just let go of Alt, and you should be able to see, should be able to work with it like that. Does that work, Edgar, or no?
Hang on, let me try it out. Yeah, it isn't working because like, how do you left click with your stylus?
It's just your stylus down. Like you just put your stylus on your tablet.
Control, let's see. Oh yeah, that's still not working. Or I'm probably not doing it right.
So stylus down on the tablet outside of that little light gray, right?
Yeah.
And can you orbit like this? Can you like rotate?
Yeah, I could do that.
You could do that. So now if you have some empty space in your scene, it'll be a lot easier to do this. Can you hold Alt and stylus down on the tablet off the mesh to sort of pan around? Does this work?
Let me see. By Alt, you mean like Control?
No.
For Mac?
For Mac. Try Option.
Yeah.
Try Option.
Option. Oh, okay. Option lets me like move it around, but it doesn't let me zoom out.
So now when you're like, so hold Option and
okay, it
start
did it.
moving around and then let go of Option.
Yeah, it did it.
Nice. Yeah, it'll take a little bit of getting used to for the zoom, for sure. But I honestly really like it now that I've adapted to it, because it's just so fast that your finger's always on Alt, or I mean on Option, and it can zoom. You can just zoom in and out. You can rotate around. You can pan all off like one button, in the stylus. So I really like it. Now back to, wait, someone else was having issues. Oh, it wasn't in chat. I think it was just Veronica over talking. So Veronica, what's going on with yours?
I actually played around with the buttons on the sides, and I figured it out.
Oh, nice. Which buttons were you messing with?
So the window was getting smaller because I was using the one that has the zoom at the top. And then the one at the bottom actually moves it within the frame and can help move the camera. So
you're messing around with these things over
at
here.
the bottom. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I see. Yeah, you could use those for sure, but if you get used to the hotkeys inside the viewport, it's just faster.
Yeah,
than-
I still don't. I'll probably have to like Google the hotkeys for the Mac ones. For the Mac.
All right. So basically, just go over. Keely posted some nice work here. I like it. It's just these. Instead of Alt, it's Option for Mac.
Okay. I did try to use it with but it was doing some other weird stuff. It wasn't really moving it around. So I'll
Okay.
see. I'll try to troubleshoot it myself.
Yeah, I'd like you to be using these because it's just so much faster than going over here and then dragging that around and stuff. But yeah, awesome. So yeah, we're just getting used to them. Camera controls. My computer is freezing up. I'm going to close. Close Chrome. And I'm going to close Photoshop as well. See you later, Photoshop. We don't need you. Here we go. Diamond says this is fun, though the zooming mechanic is a little annoying. Yeah, no, it definitely takes getting used to. Yeah, absolutely. But once you do, though, it's spicy. Let me tell you, because once that's just in your muscle memory to just go off the mesh and then start zooming out. I feel like I got used to Maya's zoom. That's good. That's good. That means that you're spending time doing that work, which is it's gonna pay back in time, because if you have to model something up in Maya, it's gonna be a lot easier. And remember, let's see. Oh, angry Monopoly guy, evil walrus. Oh man, but yeah. So this is the start of that. Everyone should have their camera controls down. Anyone confused on camera controls still? Before we move on. Might feel a little bit clunky at first, but I swear once you guys get going. Also remember that shift while you're orbiting snaps it, because you're going to be looking at a reference, and it's always good to check out your different angles, right? We'll make sure they look good from the front and from the side, So just remember that that's available for y'all. I just click camera button combinations until I get what I want. I kind of recommend it. Yeah, that's Keely's basically going with the brute force method, right? Where you just kind of trial and error. And I recommend it too. Like, it's always good to just be pressing, like spamming your buttons, because like you'll get back into your memory faster, But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because trial and error is how you make the most sort of progress learning, in my experience. Basically, how I learned all these programs was trial and error, just trying different stuff, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. How do you turn off the dual sculpting? Do you mean like the symmetry, Victor? How it's like doing it on both sides?
Yeah.
That's X. So then you'll see that it's turned off. But remember, if you turn it off on one side and then kind of resume it, it won't work as well as when it was perfectly symmetrical. So usually when if I'm doing something that's asymmetrical, I want to get it to a good place before I break that symmetry, right? I hit all the buttons and just curse it out until I find the right one. Sophia's going with trial and error, but they've added the step of rage, which is always good, Always good. All right. So everyone knows how to sort of move the camera around now, right? A little bit of let's talk about brushes now. It's called Zbrush, and it's called Zbrush for a reason. Because if we open up our brush palette over here, up at the top left, you'll see that we have an endless amount in here. But basically, we don't need to worry about 95% of these. I'm just gonna go over, if you look back at the little handout, this is also on ZBrush. We're just gonna be going over standard, smooth, clay, move, dam standard, and there's an extra one that I need to put on here, and I'll revise this with it, but it's called H polish. It's very nice. It's very nice. So that's only what, 6 brushes pretty much. 7 brushes, and most of those you might not even use. It's gonna be pretty much what your preference is, you know. Eventually you'll find, especially when you start exploring brushes besides those, you might find something that you like, but I'll show you the main ones that most character artists swear by. But yeah, so let's start with that. Immediately, our first brush is standard, and this is the one that you guys have been messing around with, and you'll notice it's great at making smooth forms, right? All right, it makes nice smooth like ripples in it whenever you use it. But sometimes it gets like a little bit ripply, right? As we're doing this, and this is going to be a key that you'll be very used to. Is if you press Shift, or if you hold Shift, notice how your brush up at the top left changes, right? And it changes to a smooth brush. So now when you go over this, it really smooths it out right there. Really smooths it out. You get sort of, you can really build up your volumes, and then sort of hold Shift and just smooth all those different peaks out, right? It's gonna sort of just make it a more gradual surface there, not very hard. So smooth, absolutely. And to use smooth, remember, it's just press Shift, and you'll see that you changed your smooth brush. But yeah, there's different ways of smoothing as well. And think about this being the same as, so you know how pan is Alt and just drag around. If you, and then zoom is that same thing. One second, my computer's slowing down. And zoom is that same thing, but then you let go of Alt. Same thing applies to smoothing. So if I hold Shift and kind of smooth this down, notice how it kind of loses that form. It kind of depresses it in there. There's one different way to smooth, where if you start smoothing, but then let go of Shift while you still drag around, it averages out that surface. It just straight up averages it. And you'll see pretty much the majority of the time that I'm smoothing something, I'll probably be doing Alt smoothing instead, because if I pull out a form, right, I want it to kind of stay there. I don't want it to just get crumpled back in. Alt smoothing kind of helps with that, right? Kind of keeps those forms out there. Doesn't really destroy the surface as much. Anyone having issues with standard brush and smoothing?
So it's Alt, and I was asleep at the wheel when you mentioned how to do that.
Oh yeah, I'll just go over it. So
it's smoothing. So it's hold Shift to smooth,
hold
and
Shift
then
to smooth, yeah, and then
unshift but keep smoothing for
exactly
the less smooth.
for
Okay.
the like more averaging. And it's really annoying because online they call it alternate smoothing, and you'd be like, why would I just not hold Alt for that? You know, so it's like
Alright.
misleading. But yeah, it's all on the Shift button. Shift button controls all smoothing.
Gotcha.
Nice. So yeah, we'll be able to make some nice smooth shapes with this then. Now let's go into our brush palette here. So let's open this up. And the one we're looking for is move. So there's two different moves in here. Actually, there's a few, but we're going to only cover two. And let me just highlight this. You're looking for this move right here. And you'll notice that all these brushes are in alphabetical order. So if you ever hear me shout one out, you can always look through this list and find it based on its name, you know. Eventually, you'll want to sort of commit these to memory, which ones you like, and also the hotkeys for them, because it's gonna be really useful to switch through them all. Wait, does someone have a comment or a question or something? Like there's someone unmuted and just coughed into the mic. Let's see. Go. All right. So in your brush palette, navigate down to this move right here. We're looking for move. Now the hotkeys for these brushes are a little bit whack. I will cover them though, because I don't want you guys to be like, Mike's not even telling me the hotkeys. But just so you know, I have rebound every single brush that I use to be much more quickly reached. But I'll go into that later. But what we're looking for right now is move. So just select move. And now your brush at the top left has changed. So you can see that I'm now using the move brush. Now this is gonna be useful because if you watch someone on YouTube that's like a badass character artist, you'll be able to kind of see if they have this little icon up here, you'll be able to see what brushes they're using when they're like getting some cool effects, right? But sorry, my computer just kind of slows down whenever I'm recording. So with move selected, we can start to just pull out shapes on the face, right? And it's a lot like soft select in Maya. You guys are familiar with soft select now. And it's basically that exact same thing, but just kind of a lot easier to deal with because you just kind of, instead of clicking a vert and then pressing W and then moving it with soft select, you can just do this. And this is great for large forms, like getting your large forms on your model exactly where you want them. And you might be wondering, like, how do I control that? Like, how can I get like a really big cursor in here, right? Instead of sword, two people just scream until one passes out. Oh, but in order to sort of enlarge this, you can just hold space, and that will pop up this UI, right? And you'll be able to really crank up that draw size. And I'm just going to get this to more regular proportions. Sorry, my computer is freezing up again. Pretty tragic. Here we go. Kind of get, and I'm just holding space to get this little pop up. I'm just dragging the draw size left and right. And we can get better skull shape in here. And skull shape should be the first thing that you kind of address when you're doing this. I was just kind of sculpting in some extra stuff at the start for y'all. And here we go. There we go. It's looking all right. It's got a little bit of a weird head up there, but you know, it's fine. And again with these eye sockets, see how like my my polys are kind of stretched out in there and kind of compressed up here. This is a situation that I'd use that smooth brush for, you know, right here. So if I size my cursor down, I'm just holding space for that and dragging. I could just do my alternate smoothing on here, and you can see it kind of just relaxes that mesh. It's not as pulled apart. I can get some nice smoother forms out there. It's very useful. But yeah, so that's move. That's sizing your brush. If you want like to incrementally size your brush, you can press the hard brackets right here. It's the same hotkey as Photoshop, if I recall correctly, to sort of just shrink and raise it. I bound one of those to my draw size thing, so I can just straight up click one of my hard brackets, and then I got my draw size. Just drag that to any size that I want. Very useful. But yeah, so you get your jaw shape sort of figured out, all of that. Now let's go hit up some more brushes, guys. So move, I'm always using that for big proportion changes, right? If I wanted to say I wanted this nose to be lower, that's a perfect job for the move brush right there. You just move that into position, and let's get this sort of bridge more pronounced. We can get these eyes to sort of, the eyebrow at least, to kind of come out a little bit, and move this. Like it's perfect for that. I do a lot of tinkering around of like proportions and stuff with the move brush. Absolutely. Now I want to go into, I'll show you the one that I use, but all of these clay brushes are pretty nice. They all perform a little bit differently, but just think, usually I'm using clay when I'm kind of messing with the surface. I don't really use standard unless I'm doing like a smooth object, you know. But let's pop into clay buildup right here. So everyone, pop open your brush menu and click on clay buildup right there. And let me get mine to look like yours right here. Now clay buildup's kind of interesting. When you go across the surface, see how it's kind of drawing that square, and you get a lot of noise with it. I love how the brush deforms the mesh, but I always turn the alpha off. So if you go, once you have clay buildup selected, you'll see this alpha right here. That alpha is what's giving it that square appeal, right? And if you're doing some really detailed skin pores sculpting, you'll be using a brush with like a really detailed alpha on here. And it'll have that detail of the wrinkles in there, and you just kind of pull it across the mesh. But that's a little bit beyond the scope of the class, but I want to get you guys thinking about what you can do with those alphas, right? But for now, just turn the alpha off. And we have this nice sort of round brush to sort of bring out the surface with it. So that's clay buildup. Now you guys might be thinking like, Mike, how the hell did you make this eye socket if you didn't just move it inward with your move brush, right? And the answer is, for every brush on this palette, every brush, if you hold Alt, it's going to kind of do the opposite of when you're just regularly going on the surface. So if I hold Alt and I start dragging around, see how it's caving into that surface? It's really digging in. So you can get some deep sort of eye socket in here. Get a really deep eye socket. And sorry, my computer is lagging a little bit. So you can
Mike?
define. Oh yeah, what's up?
So I was finally able to get freaking ZBrush,
Yeah.
but the thing you just said where it if you press Alt, so I have like a Cintiq, so it has the eraser. If you use the eraser, and it does the same thing.
Oh really? So you're saying
Yeah.
you have like an eraser on the back of your stylus?
Yeah, on the back of the stylus.
Oh,
there's
that's
the eraser
super
part.
sick. And then you just go across. That's awesome. Yeah, everyone that has a Cintiq, be aware that instead of holding Alt or Option on the Mac, you could just do you could just flip it over and use the eraser. That's super sick. I like that a
See,
lot.
my Cintiq pen draws, or eraser draws. So I don't know if that's like universal. I am trying it now and it's putting more stuff on there.
Like it's building up the surface rather than
Yeah,
taking away.
You might have
That's
to change the settings
That is-
for it.
yeah, that
that's
might be
fun.
in your Wacom preferences or whatever.
sounds
brand.
like it.
That's interesting. I haven't encountered that one.
Interesting.
But yeah, so look at how I can kind of just use like, oh man, sorry, my frame rate just dies every once in a while. Look how I can kind of just build up like the muscle of these areas. And I'm just using kind of broad strokes. And then if I need to like crease in here, I'm going to just reduce my draw size, right? And you can just hold space to do that and drag. And then I just use that. I'm just holding Alt and kind of digging away there to kind of get that, what is it? Nasolabial fold or whatever the hell they call it. Sorry, my anatomy terminology is lacking. I really apologize to you guys. And right here, thank you, user conversation for streaming and teaching at the same time. yeah, I'm a streamer now, basically, guys. Catch me on Twitch. But yeah, so you can get like a lot of definition with just clay buildup, your smooth tools, and Alt to dig in on the mesh, right? Like already we have a like huge power. Like we can make so much stuff. And think about it. We're not thinking about extrusions. I haven't even mentioned extrusions once. My God, we're in the land of the free, truly. This is what freedom feels like in 3D. How do I donate to this streamer so you can so good at keeping up with chat? I'm honestly not though. A lot of the times you guys say something that I look over, I'm like, damn, when did they say that? Let's see. Someone posted on Discord, I think. Let's hope it's. Let's see if it's someone. Sleepy cat man. So whoever Phantom Femme is in here, for these little, if you want to get rid of those, because sometimes we make like really jagged things like that. If that happens and it's not intentional, you can definitely hold Shift and smooth, and then do that Alt smooth that I was talking about, where you start smoothing and then you let go of Shift while you're still smoothing to get that. Oops, sorry. To get that averaging sort of effect, and that will really, because sometimes that can happen if you pull a point too thin, it'll do that. It'll kind of crumple in on itself. But yeah, so we've only covered 3 brushes, but you guys already have a lot at your disposal. There's a lot. Usually the chat is half nonsense. Yeah. I appreciate the memes though. I appreciate them. Keep them coming. Here we go. But yeah, like just get used to using your smooth brushes. Get used to using your clay brushes or standard, whichever one appeals more to you, to sort of build on this surface, you know. I want to see you guys experimenting. That's why this homework is just experiment, right? Just have fun with ZBrush. We're just going to be making a face. But you guys can actually make the real face you're going to work with between classes. But this is just, we're just having fun here, you know. And I'm just kind of sculpting up the face, you know. Do you guys want to go into a few more brushes right now, or do you want to just kind of chill and then we sculpt for a little bit? Because I want you guys to become sort of used to these tools as we're going along. I don't want you guys I want to just throw a bunch at you and then be like, ah, there you go.
Is there like a pressure sensitive setting? Like,
it should be on by default. It should be on. And let's see, it's not like, let's see, where is it?
I mean, I might just have to like look harder.
Wait, you said you're on a Wacom?
Yeah.
Because I've noticed a problem with Wacoms where they sort of their services get messed up. Have you ever messed with services, Keely?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just type in, wait, let me shrink this down. Just type in services down here, and you'll open up services. And if you navigate down to Wacom right here, consumer services, and professional, if you just restart those, that might help. For these ones. That might help, because that's two different weird problems that you were talking about, where your eraser draws, but then I'm thinking maybe something on the Wacom's sort of driver end or services, I guess, is messing up.
I like that it's professional services.
Right.
Thanks, Wacom.
Hello.
Hello.
I downloaded Zbrush from the link, but I think I have a different version
Why is
because
that?
well, there's like a lot of missing stuff. Like I don't have the top menu, and there's like no light box.
Did
Or I just
you download ZBrush Core or ZBrush Core Mini or ZBrush?
I think it's Zbrush Core Mini.
Yeah, you're looking for, we need you to be on ZBrush, regular ZBrush. ZBrush Core Mini it's fun and it's cool, but it has like none of the tools as as you're saying. Yeah, so follow that link that I put in there, and yeah.
Well, okay.
What was that on the link? Did I send the wrong link?
Yeah. Well, that's where I got it.
Let me check out that link again. 1 second, I'm responding to someone. All right, so let me check out that link that I sent. All right, ZBrush. What? I mean, when I click on it, that's so weird. Because Luis, you see this? How it tries ZBrush 2020? That should be the one that works right there. Did you click this button, or did you find a different one?
Yeah, I clicked it. I'm trying it again right now.
I love that you guys are showing your works in here. Normally, I have to demand the classes share what they're working on, but fucked up an evil polygon man. Terrifying. So pleased. Very nice. Drusky had a mini power outage. What? Thought awesome when power went out. Wow. Whoever Drusky is, I don't know who Drusky is, but be careful with power surges and stuff, because it's really bad for your computer to turn off and on a bunch.
Yeah, it's only happened like once, so it's fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's pretty bad for your computer though. If it's powering off and stuff, and like flickering, like if it's in so it blacks out for a while, then like whatever, you know. But if you have like a power surge where it's like turning off and on and like getting more power than it should, that's really bad for the computer.
Yeah.
One of my friends has just had their motherboard got fucked up from that. So yeah, be careful about that. Oh my God, Keely's butchering their their model. Absolutely savage. These other brushes are really something. Yeah, if you start experimenting with those brushes, they can get wild. That's why I'm showing you the ones that are like pretty good. The other ones are like really specific in where they should be used. Or not all of them, of course. A lot of them are just like different effects and stuff, but yeah, I'll let you guys explore. Just keep messing around with that stuff. Let's just go for about 10 minutes. And remember, feel free to check out these other clay brushes, clay tubes constant. You'll find that these other ones like clay tubes, oh, computer please. Clay tubes kind of maxes out on how far you can push it. So that's kind of cool. You want it like that. Clay does the same thing. I find clay and clay tubes to be very close to each other, but I'm all about that clay buildup though, you know. I don't want to be limited when I'm sculpted, you know. What's that? Yeah, just get used to those tools.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
I know I might be getting ahead of myself, but can we add more spheres and attach it to the sphere we have?
You are getting ahead of yourself. You are. That's fine. I'll answer that question. I'm excited for the.
Sorry.
No, that's all good. I'm glad you asked. You know, there's two ways. So what do you want to do with it? You want to attach a sphere and have it like actually as a part of this, you know? Is that what you want to do?
Like a body to it.
You want to add a body to it? Okay. Yep. Awesome. All right. I'll do it the proper way then. Let's go. It's gonna be a different brush. So you're looking for brush. And then what you're looking for is IMM primitives. All right. And this, I wasn't going to go into this today. So if this is past, you guys don't worry about it. I was not expecting this really. I was going to do this next week, but IMM primitives right here, and these are called insert meshes, or insert multi-mesh. That's why it's called IMM. And we're looking for, I always like sphere 32 or insert sphere. Either one of those is gonna work. So click on one of those, boom. And say I wanted a neck for this guy, right? I'm going to just kind of get to the middle of this, like the base of his skull. I'm just gonna drag out and see how it makes that new sphere. You can hold shift to snap it to a direction, but I'm fine with it just being like this. Again, this is a little bit beyond what we're doing right now, but so the rest of our character is grayed out, so we can't mess with him right now. So let's just get this, and I'm just using a massive move brush here to do this. You might notice that I'm using move topological, and that basically limits my movement to that sphere only. But yeah, so that gives us a nice neck right here, right? And you'll see that if you look at a lot of YouTube tutorials, you're gonna see that people work at this phase for a long time. So let me pull up one guy. Oh, I fucking love this guy. This guy's amazing. He's even Irish, so he has an Irish accent when he's talking. It's very soothing. Paul DZ. Art Station. This is a different style of sculpting, right, guys? Like we saw Raph Cressetti, but look at this shit. Look at this, guys. So shape-based. Look at this Voldemort. Doesn't that just get the artist in you just going like, whoo, how's that even working? But yeah, look how clean and crisp those shapes are. Let's go back. And then he's got the gargoyles, hunchback. And he basically is doing what we're doing right now, where we use the insert multi-mesh and we kind of move that piece around, right? And you can really see it in this one. So this is a multi-mesh right here. This is a sphere that he put in his scene and then dragged out and stretched into this big sort of cheek muscle shape. The jaw, that's another sphere that he appended right there, or not appended, that's the wrong terminology for it. That means something else in Zbrush, so I want to be very clear about that. I like these a lot better than that other guy, TBH. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just real dudes, you know? No, not, well, I mean, kind of. I know Paul over the internet, and I used to work with Raph, but I think Raph thought we were, because I was on the animation team and we were just kind of dumb. So like he wouldn't talk to us that much because we're, I don't know, animators are just built different, you know? So yeah, this jaw, that's another sphere. This kind of mouth extending to this skull, that's probably another one. And then the nose, that's another sphere that so he's just dragging in these basic shapes and kind of pushes them slowly into that. You'll see that he spends like hours kind of putting those shapes together. I wonder if he has like a cool, because I tune into his live streams a lot. Let's see if I can find one for you guys. This is Paul DZ. Yep. So here we go. Oh my God, his accent, please. But yeah, so see how he's kind of appending. This is the jaw, I believe. This is the skull. So I didn't make up this technique myself. I definitely yoinked it straight up from this guy. But look at how one low poly he keeps it for a while, and how much he kind of just pushes those shapes into form. And so these are all still separate subtools, right? we haven't talked about subtools yet. That was going to be the very last thing of this lecture. But he's got a bunch of different, each of those is now a different subtool in his menu. And he's just kind of messing around with them, you know. And then see how he's just slowly going about this. And this is over the course of a couple hours. See that? Look at that shape that he's got in there. And this is what it turns into, you know. Sophie, I like ZBrush so much better than Maya. That's why I forced it into this course. Like, this course is already kind of jam-packed with info, but I was like, it's such a choke not to be teaching this to you guys. Like, because I mean, I didn't learn it when I went to Long Beach. I just learned it afterwards, and I was like, it's so industry standard that it has to be in the course. So I know it's more information, you know, but if we're supposed to be hearing him talk, we can't. Oh, wait. Yeah, let me share let's see. Leave computer audio setting, maybe. Wait a minute.
Can anyone else not hear Mike right now, or is that just me for some reason?
Okay, yeah, I can't hear anything at all either.
I thought we were just having some quiet time.
I was like, this feels like a long time for night to not be talking.
I thought we were taking a break.
I think his audio is, well, is it his connection? Because it's just connecting to.
There we go.
Oh yeah, there
You
you
guys hear me?
Hi.
I muted myself. Basically, but yeah, so like I basically use that guy's method to make everything. Because I usually work with sort of more shape-based stuff rather than like photorealism sort of work. I am going to be pushing on my photorealism skills though this year. But yeah, so I made a new channel in Discord called Resources. I'm putting the Pixelogic ZBrush YouTube channel in there. When you guys are sculpting, if you find an artist in there that you like usually gives like you a little preview of like what their work looks like, feel free to click around on their channels, and they have live streams where the artist is basically talking over what they're doing and their process, and it's fucking phenomenal, guys. Like this channel, this YouTube channel is worth so much in terms of knowledge that you can gain. It's absolutely beautiful. I will also put in another guy named, Michael Pavlovich. This guy is absolutely insane. He has so many videos, and you'll see that they range from just like basic artistic sort of stuff, like talking about shapes, shape language and stuff, to like the most fine detail shit. Like he'll get deep into some of these menus and really like talk about some of those options in there. If you Google something about ZBrush, most likely you'll see like a video from him pop up, because he talks about like everything. So I'm going to put Michael Pavlovich's videos in here. And yeah, so that's two different amazing resources. If you guys later in the semester find a great resource where there's like a bunch of models or rigs that we can use for animating on, feel free to put it here. Feel free to put it in this resources channel. It'll be a really nice place to sort of share that stuff. So I like how many messages I got in the chat for being muted. Let's see. Sophie says I like ZBrush so much. Yep. We're not allowed to go outside. Oh, that's about animators being weird. True. Very true. I see shapes, I go nuts. Yep. So Keely, you might like that, you might like that style of sculpting more. Like that's completely fine. I personally kind of like that style more as well. But I love both. But yeah, you could get a job doing what he does. I believe Paul makes things for just animated films and stuff, and I think also commercials. So he does both of those. So yeah, you could definitely get a job doing that stuff if you push on it. Let's see, where else was I going with this? Someone asked a question about how they could get another shape onto there, right? I think that was over voice. I don't remember who it was though. But yeah.
It was me.
Who's me? Oh, Veronica?
Yes.
What's
I
up,
was just
Veronica?
how to get a body on there, and then you showed us that.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted you guys to see those channels because it's the same method. Paul's method is the same method that I'm gonna be showing you right here. And remember, that's just an insert mesh primitive. And I like the sphere. And so now with this other sphere, right, that I have the neck in, I can just drag this out. And then I use my move brush. I bound my move topological brush to M, but you can go back into here and find it down here. So move topological. Move would also work in this case. They're a little bit different, and we'll go into those differences later. But yeah, and then let's size up that brush and just sort of I'm just moving that. Again, this is don't worry about this yet. Most of you guys we're going to be talking about this once we go on to actually modeling our projects. And so we get like a nice torso shape in there.
When I go to IMM primitives and I pick a shape and then I click, it says that the mesh is composed of multiple subdivision levels, and to delete or freeze the subdivision levels and try again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So in your geometry tab over here on the right side, again, this is a tool I'm going to show later, but I'm glad that you guys are actually exploring because it's fun. It's a fun way to learn. That means that you have multiple, well, I mean, exactly what it says, subdivision levels. And what a subdivision level is, let me give you guys an example. Actually, I'll just do it on the regular face here. So split to parts. There we go. All right, so this face has a certain resolution, right? You can actually see the polys when I'm like in this close. And let me mess around with here. But you might be like, how did they get so detailed on like that Raf Grassetti's sculpts? Like, how did he get so detailed? In your geometry tab, there's something called subdivision levels right here. You can see the little bar. It's grayed out right now because we have none. But when I press this right here, divide, watch what happens on my mesh. Boom. It just went through and just cut every face in half. And now we're working at double the resolution, right? Double the resolution right there. So if you started wanting to get like wrinkles, okay, let me use an actual brush instead of move topological. There we go. like this is how you get that higher detail. And of course it's still getting pulled apart right there, but yeah, so that's how you move up in the detail. If you divide more, you can get super detailed. I didn't really want to show you guys this though, this class, because a super common mistake when you're starting out is being like, I want to have the most detailed mesh ever, and then do that. And look at how hard it is to smooth this stuff now. Like that was just one stroke, and I'm like really going into it right there. So the higher density of your mesh, the harder it is to change things like that, right? But if I drag this little slider down, I can go back between those subdivision levels. So back at level 1, I can sort of make those bigger changes nice and easy, and they're still smoothable, right? So always work kind of like low poly for this class. I mean, or like for this like this session, like let's just keep it low poly. We're not going to go deep into anything like that. Now for Keeley at some point subdivided the model. So Keeley has a smoother model. And what they will need to do is probably go back down to subdivision 1 in this slider. So it's down here. And then delete higher. So if I delete higher, it's going to just look at all those other subdivision levels above it and just be like, we don't need that shit. Get out of here. So yeah, so there we go. And then now Keeley should be able to use the IMM primitives if they want to follow along with sort of doing the body. And back to Veronica's question, I did an extra step in there called split to parts. I just split all of that into parts, and now I have those separate subtools. I wasn't going to talk about subtools until later, but y'all are getting curious, asking questions, but which I'm fine with, by the way. Don't mistake that for me being salty. But yeah, so I'm going to go back to my IMM primitives. I'm just going to keep making these, right? I'm doing one for like each of the main groups, right? So if I want some deltoids in there, if I was getting an arm into position, I would do this. Sort of get that. At this point, I'm definitely looking at anatomy reference, right? Always look at reference, guys. Even if you're doing stylized stuff, right? Get reference for your style and still have some sort of human body that you can like look at and kind of observe, because the human body has some wild shapes. Let me tell you, crazy stuff is going on there. Never mold from memory, right? Yes, 100%, Matt. Never. Don't do it. Don't animate from memory either. I keep telling. I'll tell you guys that towards the end of the semester when we're animating. Like, I filmed reference of myself doing everything when I was in college. Same now. Like if you look at my video game page, like you'll see reference that me and my partner have made, specifically for the game. Shout out to the deltoid for being the coolest muscle. Keeley's loves them deltoids, I guess, you know?
I just think they're neat.
I just think they're neat. I'm gonna make another IMM primitive at this point.
I have a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did something and now my model is dark gray and I cannot move it or edit it.
So your model probably looks like this part of the mesh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's called a mask. And I was not going to go talk about masks at all, but just to get out of that, control, like hold control and off the model and drag, and then
Awesome.
let go of that.
Thank you.
And then you go. Because masking is really useful for some things. I don't want to talk about that yet. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just know that masking is a thing that exists somewhere. You might also notice that I'm using, like when I get complex sort of shapes, like with like I have all these different sort of spheres in here that are stretched out. When I have different sort of shapes like that and I want to affect them individually, like I only want to move the deltoid around right now, right? But if I want to move them all, that's when you use move, right? So with my move brush, now that all of these are one subtool over here, don't worry about this yet. Let me turn these off. Now these are all one subtool. I'll use move. Move topological is if I want to affect these individually though, right? It's just a small detail. All right, so that was like a lot of kind of meandering about just people's questions. I want to get back onto back to basically sculpting the head, because that's what we're going to be doing for homework. I'm partial to Altoids. Fuck off, Sophia. Very well done. Well done, Sophia. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let's see how people are posting in general. Oh, my beauty. Susie's got a little cat. Look at the cat, guys. Look at the cat. It's so small.
He's kind of mad looking though.
True, true. But I really like the shapes that are on it. Integral. Yeah, yeah. So this, if you're working on something and becomes too stretched out like this, that's perfect for smoothing. Smoothing will sort of even out the terrain there, especially that alternate smoothing where you start smoothing and then you let go of shift and keep dragging. That's perfect for that. Let's see. Let me look at my notes for the topics. Yeah, we went through move, clay. Okay, yeah. So we got 2 more brushes to look at. And then Dynamesh, which you've seen me messing around with people's things like that. You mess around with their questions like that. So we'll get into that later. But for the last 2 brushes that I want to show you guys, let's do H polish. So everyone open up their brush menu. We're back on the regular lecture now. Let's find H polish in here. So grab that one. H polish is really cool for stuff like rocks and like armor and hard surface details. And you can see it when I start to mouse over my mesh. Look at that. See how it kind of carves out that solid edge right there? Kind of makes that, he's kind of looking like Vision from Avengers. Like you can split this up into different sort of faces if you isolate it to a certain point. So now it kind of looks like this guy is made of like rock or something. You see that? It's kind of cool. It's got a really cool faceting sort of effect where it looks like it's one piece right there. Might be useful if you're trying to like think about the planes of the face. But yeah, it's got a really cool effect right there. We got kind of like a rock sort of guy right there. So that's H polish. Like I said, if you're doing like armor or something, this is a great sort of way to make those angles in it, or like the body of a car, you know. It's a great way to do that. Right there. So that's H polish. And then our last tool our last brush that we're going to go over is called Dam Standard. Where is it? Right here, Dam Standard. Now, Dam Standard is short for Damien Standard. And it's really amazing. So if we click on that, this one makes this nice crease in the model, right? So if I wanted some sort of cyberpunk sort of 2077 like paneling on this guy, we do this sort of shape in here, and that would go up to the ear and terminate, you know. But yeah, and then we might be able to H polish some of that too, you know, to get like some sort of a hard panel aesthetic in there. You see that? Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Also remember that if you're pressing Alt, it performs differently, right? It does kind of the opposite. So if you go into that Dam Standard, and if we hold Alt and drag, see how it makes that, it pushes that point out instead now. That's also a great effect for establishing stuff like the wrinkles and all that. One second, my computer's lagging. Whoa! There we go. For establishing that sort of divot right there. And you can dig back down to even crease that harder, right? If you're going for that really sharp aesthetic. Awesome stuff, though. Awesome stuff. Change the resolution again. Tammy, there's a few ways. I was going to show you a way. Do you mean like if, one second, let me set up a scenario. Tammy, are you talking about like if I stretched the nose out a lot and then was having trouble sculpting on this because it's like all stretched?
Yeah, like my model, it looked kind of pixelated.
Pixelated. Could you actually send a screenshot just so I know exactly what we're dealing with? Post one into that Discord. And our next step will also help whoever BM is, because BM has sort of that low resolution as well. But yeah, Tammy, just post that, whatever is going on, into. Oh wait, are you? What was that? Sorry.
I'm opening Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's all good. I just want to make sure that I'm answering the question properly when I see it.
Yeah, just
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. So Tammy, you'd have two options. Right now, I'm gonna give you one though. Just know that there's a couple ways in here. I'll do it on my guy with you. So you're gonna want to go over to the geometry tab. I suggest whoever BM is in Discord, I suggest they do the same. So if we go over to geometry, and then you're gonna be looking for a tab called Dynamesh in here. It'll look like this. You're looking for Dynamesh. And your resolution, let's up that to maybe like a 150. Let's try that, like 150 or something. And then click Dynamesh again. Boom. Then you'll see Dynamesh turns on, and it should resample your character. Does that help?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're looking for the geometry tab in here.
Mm-hmm.
It'll look like this, like that sidebar. So pop open geometry, and then go down to Dynamesh in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then crank up the resolution, right? Because the mesh resolution right now is kind of low. So let's crank that up to like 150.
Mm-hmm.
And then click that Dynamesh button, and it should sort of project that mesh.
Moving change.
Oh, weird. Okay. Let's see. How could we help? So is it right now, is this button highlighted in orange, Dynamesh?
No, no.
It is. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to drag it all the way to 400 for you. And then click off Dynamesh. So it's off, and then click back on. So it
It's not
reads.
on.
Oh, it's not on. Oh, okay. So click, make sure that this is on.
I tried to click it and then it flashed like in the orange in a second and then it turned off.
Turns off. Oh, weird. Huh. Okay. It might be taking a while, as Keely's saying. Also try, so take like your smooth brush by holding shift, right? And just smooth the model a little bit, right? And then try to Dynamesh again. Because Dynamesh kind of needs a change to occur on the model in order to start like re-Dynameshing. And so see how mine's like super detailed now because it's at 400 resolution.
No,
It's not working. I would suggest, so let's go over saving in ZBrush, because I'm going to want you to save your file and then close ZBrush and then open it up again. So go over to File up here. And ZBrush is kind of cool because ZBrush doesn't really have, all right, it's not really cool, but for my purposes it is. You can only save as in ZBrush. So you're going to go to Save Project As right here. And I'm just going to navigate to whatever folder I have for the class. I'm going to go to my course materials. And I'll just save it in here. I'll just save this as face sculpt. You'll save it as whatever you want it to be. And that's going to save. And there we go. So now your project is saved. You're free to close out of ZBrush and pop into it again. So absolutely, I'm just going to wait a little bit and let people just kind of explore ZBrush because I want to make sure that you can Dynamesh. And so when you open up ZBrush again, you can just go to File, Open up here, and then navigate to that project that you were just working on.
I just open it and then I click on Dynamesh and then the button is still not orange.
Really? Does it flash orange and then stop?
Yeah.
Weird. I've never encountered that. 1 second. Let me Google that. It doesn't pop up any sort of error though when you do that?
No.
That's so weird. I've never seen that before. Oh, is your model dark? Like, does it look? Oh, well, I guess you wouldn't. So do me a favor. Go in your viewport, hold Control and left click and drag off the model. So make sure none of this selects the model, and then just let go of that, right? So do that, and then try to Dynamesh.
It didn't work.
It didn't work?
It works.
Oh, it works now. Oh, nice. So is it all divided up then?
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah.
too detailed though? Because like we pumped it up to like 400 resolution or something. I would say try to keep it at like lower. Like see when I divide mine. 1 second, right there. Mine's like way too smooth to work with if I go up to 400 resolution. So make sure it's at like a workable resolution for you. I don't know how big or small yours is, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. No problem. Oh, Cami, you were having that problem as well? You might have like a mask on your character. So just so you guys know, and I'll go over this later, not this class, but masks are if you hold Control, you can kind of paint on your model. And you can do a lot of really cool stuff with this. Like you can flip it and then like move it this way to get some horns in there, and then Dynamesh that to really clean up those horns. But you can do a lot of stuff with masks, but Dynamesh won't work if you have something masked. So first you need to Control, click, drag off the model to get rid of that mask. Then you can Dynamesh. Boom. And then that will resample everything. Let me know if that works, Cami. It's working now. Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Cami, you're also lucky that you're like kind of lucky that when quarantine hit, you weren't able to continue the class the first time because we weren't learning Zbrush at all in there. So I'm glad that you're able to experience it now. But yeah, so let's go over Dynamesh a little bit more, right? So if I wanted a neck for this guy, we could just move Topological, pull down. I could also do that same method that I showed with the shapes, which I really recommend. I recommend that for a full body character. I think that's a better method than just doing this, pulling out each shape, you know. But I think Raphael Grassetti might do it this way. I don't know though. Hard to say. But yeah, we just pull that out and then like look how stretched these things are, right? Oops, sorry, my computer's going slow. But yeah, they're all stretched out. This is the perfect time to sort of re-Dynamesh this. So you can either Control, left click, drag in here, and then it will redo it. Or you can also just double click that Dynamesh button. Either one's gonna work. And then we have a lot of nice even polygons to sort of push in on here. And we can kind of really work with our shapes and our musculature on that. Awesome stuff. Same with the ears. Say we wanted an ear in there. Normally I would actually do it the the other way with the insert mesh. I might as well just show that right now, because we could do exactly what we just did for the ear, right? We could pull this. Oh God, 1 second, my computer's lagging again. We could pull the ear shape out, right? And down and sort of start crafting that shape. And then re-Dynamesh right there. Boom. Get some workable geometry. Kind of looks like an elf ear right now. That's definitely possible. Same workflow that we did with the neck. But I like, I prefer this method, and I'll show it to you guys, of the insert mesh. So if we go to IMM primitives, and we're gonna talk about this when we're getting into the modeling project next week. But I would just attach this. So I have one on both sides. Then I can just get this shape into the shape of an ear, right? So it's isolated. Oh my God, my computer's dying, dude. There we go. And the ear kind of sits back on the skull a little bit further than you might think. And we pull this down, kind of make that shape there. And I started just sculpting on that, you know. So I'm just kind of getting that divot of the ear shape in there. Here we go. That doesn't look too great from the front. Looks a little bit separate and not kind of intentional. But yeah, so once you have that, I'm going to clear that because this is all masked off right now, right? I'm going to clear that mask by just dragging. That's just control drag off the mesh, and then we Dynamesh it back together right there. So now you have that sort of ear in there. The problem with Dynamesh, if you're at like a low resolution, you see it in these creases right here. It gets a little bit fuzzy. It gets a little bit attached. Like if you have a full character and like think about your fingies, if your fingies are really close to each other and you Dynamesh, sometimes the creases in here will get lost. So always be careful about that. Same thing for like these lips down here. Like notice how I kind of dug into his mouth. If I was to then fix this and sort of give him an actual set of lips. To be fair, my dad's ears look like that. If I was to sort of give him some closer lips here. Let's sort of just bulge those out. So Dynamesh is like, 1 second. Oh no, my computer is dying. Jesus, okay. Whew, that was scary. Well, we're still here, so it's fine. To answer Keely's question, Dynamesh is not like smoothing. It's not really smoothing because I'll show you what happens here on this mouth. So if I move these lips close to each other, they're not in a good pose, right? It's not very nice looking. But if I Dynamesh again, look, it accidentally sealed up those entire lips, right? So it actually destroys all that, the two different faces there. Like on this ear, it destroyed that disconnect between the ear shape and the skull. So whenever you Dynamesh, it's gonna it just scans through your model with a bunch of what they call voxels, if you ever heard about that stuff. And then it just voxelizes the model basically. So it tries to connect everything. Yeah, it'll connect everything together. At least if you're working in one subtool. So notice how I still have those extra pieces. It's like this is, I'm not going into the subtools, but like these are different subtools that you have here. And it's not connecting to those. So, because this head is just one subtool, Dynamesh will only Dynamesh between my current objects right here. So yeah, that's basically it for the tools. I'm gonna go on break for let's do 25 minutes. And nah, fuck it. This is a fun day. Let's do 20-minute break so we can get back into sculpting. You guys now know all the tools that you need for the homework. And the homework is just making a face. I will tell you how to add eyes though. So that's the only new thing that we're going to introduce once we get back from the break. And the rest is just have fun, guys. Just start sculpting, start working with it. Start getting into it. All right, so I'm going to go on break. We'll be back here at 6:25. 6:25, my friends. So this is a little bonus tool. Don't worry about committing this to memory. I just want to kind of go over this because it's fun, one, and two, it also kind of speaks to, there we go, topology. Because we were talking about topology a lot last class. And I saw, I don't remember if you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but I saw a button in Maya that said retopologize. And I was like, ooh, interesting. Because the retopologizing process, and that's the process of kind of redrawing every single vert on your model to sort of get good edge flow and get all those clean sort of shapes outlined with really nice topology. So Maya had a button that was like retopologize and do in one click. And I was curious of how good it was because Zbrush has the same thing. And that's what I'm going to show you right now. It's called Z-Remesher. Now, if we click on that, and I usually hit it with either half or same. I'll do same, and that's just talking about the target poly count. And look at how many polys we have in general right now. I wouldn't want to go double on that right now. That'd be a bit extreme. But yeah, like if we're just talking about topology, look at how these lines kind of go against the grain of the edge flow. Instead, we should have edges that kind of flow up the jaw and then something that like wraps around the ear, right? If you think about this as the spoon, all right, this shape right here, you'd have an edge loop going on the outside of that and kind of extrude inward, you know, if we're talking in terms of modeling. I know we're in a very free flow program right now, and we want topology to be a thing of the past that we don't worry about anymore. But I just want like the concept of topology to kind of sink in a little bit more. But Z-Remesher has a great algorithm, or it's a great tool, has great code behind it. And if I do same on this, the ZBrush is going to think for a while. This tool does take a long time to kind of execute. And then once it's done, boom. You see that? See how it kind of rerouted everything? And now it kind of follows more the flow of the actual shapes. Like my eyes are outlined with topology. Like it's pretty sick, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like that, it's kind of amazing. And it's not perfect by any means, but it's still really good. So if you guys end up doing a character for your model, because we're starting our modeling projects next week, and I'd like you to have a model in mind. If you want to go for a full character, absolutely. If you want to do just the bust, like the top of a character, like from the shoulders up, that's fine. If you want to do an environment, that's also fine. I'm very open to what you want to do, but absolutely have reference. Absolutely. But if we end up doing characters for some of you, then I'm kind of open to retopologizing it using this tool. I just want you to know though that that's not the proper way of doing things. Not the proper way at all. What you do is you export this model and then you bring it into Maya and then redo the topology by hand to get better results. It might sound a little bit arbitrary and sad, and it is, but there's a very good reason though. It's because like a lot of these won't flow into each other perfectly. And there's some parts right here, like these 5-pointed stars that kind of get bent out of shape during animation. You definitely want edge loops that go around the mouth, you know. But as I'm sure that in the future that might change. So I don't know, always be on the lookout. But yeah, for right now though, I think retopologizing with that is fine. But just not for professional work though. I want you guys to know that.
This is probably a dumb question, but how do you undo something?
Control Z.
Oh,
And-
same thing?
Yep, Control Z is going to be, I think that's universal across every program that we use in this class. So yeah, so every time we open up a new program, Control Z will be your bread and butter pretty much.
Oh, I think it's because I touched something and I kept doing it but now I got it now.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. But yeah, so that's the Z remesher. And that's kind of the difference between Z remesher and Dynamesher, or Dynamesh as well. So far, Control Shift Z has held up as redo as well. Yep, yeah. If you want to, if you undo too much and you're like, I want to go back, then yeah, Control Shift Z. But yeah, so that's pretty much all the tools we're going to go over today. The last one I'm going to save for the end of class. I'm going to talk about just picturing Mickey Rourke. Does this guy look like Mickey Rourke? I can see it. Last thing I'm going to go over is like making an eyeball, but I kind of want to go through the whole process of this character again for you guys, or for the bust at least, right? So at this point, I would like everyone to kind of save their work. So let's all save our work together. I'm going to go to File, Save As. You can also do Control S. And remember, Zbrush doesn't really have just file save. So you're going to have to save over or save iteratively. I always save iteratively. So I'm going to do Face Sculpt 1 in here. There we go. I heard a message on Discord. Oh, this Mickey Rourke. Hell yeah. Okay, this is cool. You can see how they did pretty much everything on here. There's a lot of H polish in this head area. Yeah, this is so much fun. Yeah, I love this. Dynamesh be like, oh my god, what the hell's happening there? What the fuck?
I had resolution cranked up to like 400 next to the Dynamesh button.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's got like too detailed in there. Also, if you like have turbos stretched out stuff like this, like see right on the jaw right here, like this is fine, I think. But some of these, like these might get messed up like that too in there. So be careful for that. But yeah, damn, that's wild to look at. That's so crazy. But yeah. So I'm just gonna go back to the start and let's do a little bit of just face sculpting here. I'm gonna do a regular human face, but feel free to do whatever you guys want. You guys want to do a dog, you want to do a dragon, whatever y'all want there. So I'm gonna go to my light box again, because I like starting with that one scene, right? The Dynamesh Sphere 128. because it sets up a lot of things for us we don't have to worry about then. So I'm just going to double click that. And ZBrush asks this every time that you exit the program. Project has been changed. Would you like to save changes? We just saved like seconds ago. So you'll probably see this message when you close ZBrush after you save, and you'll be like, what the hell? Like, what does that mean? But just know that you saved it. Just make sure you do that Control S before that, before you close out and everything. If you didn't, then you can always, like if you're a little bit OCD, then feel free to just save it again here. But I'm going to click no, and then I'm going to start a new one, right? So now you guys know like kind of a lot of tools for this, right? Most of them are brushes. Most of them are brushes. But like it's cool because now I can like chat with you guys in terms of the actual tools that I'm using. So my first step, if I'm going to do a face with this sphere in here, my first step would be to go into brush, and I'm going to go, I always use move topological because I find that that one's more useful more frequently. I did cover the differences between those though, so if you want to watch the video back later, then feel free to. And I'm just going to pull this kind of jaw down into shape, right? I want that jaw to be down there. You see that pulling sort of kind of created a lot of like wrinkliness in that mesh. I would just use smooth. Just go over that just a couple times real light. Right there. And kind of move this into position. Let's move this jaw down a little bit. I'm just only using the move brush so far, right, guys? Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Before male beauty standards are insane. Oh man. Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, now is usually when I like to sort of establish the eyes, right? I like to establish just the eye cheek area. So I'm just pulling in kind of on that eye socket area. And you don't have to be super precise, right? Like I'm just kind of eyeballing this. I'm also using this guy as reference. So if you're trying to sculpt like a character, like I don't know, like some sort of video game character or something, feel free to open up some reference on the side, you know. It'll be dramatically useful. Dramatically. All right, and then let's kind of, I'm still messing around with the move tool, right? Nothing else. This could probably benefit from pushing out on the jaw a little bit. Right there. And might be able to push out this way too. Just give it a little bit of more of a bevel right there. All right, now if we pull out the nose, here we go. So let's start pulling on these polys right there. That's still just move. I haven't used any other tool besides move. Give it a little bit of more width right there. I think it's pretty good, pretty good. I'm going to use my alternate smoothing for this. I think my eyes are a little bit high on the skull, so I'm going to kind of move that down. I'm just using a big move tool right there. Let's get those a little bit lower. The eyes are kind of like halfway from the top to the bottom of the skull. We can also help with the shape here. So if I start pushing this up, and the skull kind of has those like, it has a little, helps that I'm bald for this, actually. It kind of has those like bridges up here. Let's see if I can get the light to work. There we go. Has a little bit of the ridge up there, and it kind of bevels out right there. So also the side of your what is this? What is this? Eye socket, like this upper brow ridge.
Temple.
Well, not straight, not back towards the temple, but more like on this 3/4 line right here. That's got to have some sort of name, but it's a little bit more like mine's like really smooth right now. But if you're going for more realism, then you'd want to sort of push in on that, kind of establish that line right there. And there we go. There we go. And it's just going to be a lot of sort of fiddling around, checking your proportions and everything. So yeah, we just do that. And then now we can start using some sculpting tools. But first, I want to Dynamesh this, right? Because if you look at my poly mesh there, it's kind of stretched out in that nose area, right? So I want to go back and kind of fix that up with the Dynamesh. So if we go into the Dynamesh menu here, you'll see my presets are pretty nice, because that's what we started the project with. So you could either click this off and then on again, or if you just for speed, you can always control left click drag off of the mesh and it will do it again as well. So if you're looking for the speedy boy version of that, then that's the way to go. I'm going to turn off the poly line because it looks a little bit weird. But yeah, the rest is just kind of I'm just using clay buildup with no alpha. Remember, clay buildup comes like with a square, and you can use this too. Like it's not bad, but I like turning the alpha off right here and kind of pushing this. Let's give the little outside of the nostril some. Let's give that some size right there. And this is when we can start kind of getting really pushing in those grooves. Remember, Alt will sort of do the opposite of the tool. So if you're normally adding out, Alt will kind of carve in. Just get used to doing that. And we can kind of push out on the start of the cheek right there. And notice that I'm not doing any of this really heavy-handedly. I'm kind of just slowly building up these forms, That's kind of the key I've found, especially if you're using Dam Standard. Remember, Dam Standard is this brush. So whenever I'm using that, I usually go down, like I'm barely touching it. One last detail about that is that if I'm using Dam Standard, I will also turn down the intensity of the brush. We haven't talked about this quite yet, but Z intensity is up here. I'm sure some of you have probably already found this, but if you crank this up super high to 100, look at that. Look at how much it fucking carves away. It just controls how much that brush can carve. But if you turn it down to like 7 or something, you can get like these gentle sort of creases going. And you can really start to get some clean shapes in there. It's very useful. I use that a lot. You're going to see me use it on the lips to sort of define that little, is that called the cleft? I don't know. Like the top of the lip and the bottom to establish those ridges. More stylized characters like in Overwatch, they have a lot of those hard edges as well. So you could potentially use Dam Standard on these eyebrows and sort of see how I'm pulling that out, and it kind of gives that clean brow shape. I'm completely fine with that. I leave the style up to your guys' discretion. I'm not gonna impose anything on you, right? So see how you can get like a nice, cool, stylized brow shape out of that. Absolutely feel free to. All right. I'm just gonna use clay buildup for a while now. And I like to sort of make the lips in one shape at the start. And think about if you just look at your mouth area, kind of billows, it kind of starts from like the creases of your nose and billows out. And yeah, so it's kind of just like think of it as like kind of one extrusion out from that area. So I like to build up that all at once. Down to that bottom lip, and you'll see me cut across with Damien's standard right there. Another thing to think about is our side profile. I think I'm coming out a little bit too low here. Let's up that. I might need some just more space on the mouth in general. So I'm going to pull this chin down a little bit and make the lips bigger in general. So I just have like a mound right there, right? Just a big mound. And we can do clay buildup to get that a little bit bigger. And there we go. So that's set. And then I'm going to use damn standard, right? Because I'm going to carve that crease in the lips. Actually, before I do that, sorry to tease you guys. This is about when I would add the ears and the neck, because we're still in like a primordial stage, you know. And yes, let's do that. I'm just going to use my move tool, move topological. If you guys haven't seen up here yet, you can always quick pick back to like recently used brushes. It's pretty neat. I would recommend getting used to the hotkeys though. And I'm just gonna go a little bit from the back, and I'm just gonna start pulling this down. Let's pull this neck down right here, right? Let's get that going. Let's get this to a size that we really want. Oops. So now we have a neck. It's kind of a little bit bulgy here. Let's push that back in. And let's get those trapezius muscle. Yeah, those are the traps. I'm going to Dynamesh again, because notice how I'm getting some like weird stretching in here. Whenever you see that, always feel free to Dynamesh again. Boom. And you'll see that you still see that weird behavior, right? But look, the topology is all there set for you now. It's all nice, even squares. So we can just smooth over that. I'm just smoothing right there to get it to be a nice, smooth shape, right? There's that neck. Might be able to mess around with this. There. It kind of feels a little bit lacking in this dimension, so I'm just going to kind of use a big clay buildup to sort of add some roundness down there. There we go. All right, I'm a little bit concerned with this sort of bulging out outside of the cheek area. It's a little bit too much for my tastes. So I'm pulling that back in. A little bit of cheekbone is fine right there. So feel free to, and I'm just using the move tool for that. To get that in there. And then let's move this pit of the eye right there, a bit further back. The eyes you guys will find are really difficult to balance, really. Kind of their size in the socket and their the way they sit and how the eyelid wraps around them. But once we get into that, I'll show you guys what's going on there. I'm also going to, I showed you guys how to append or use an insert mesh to sort of get that ear before, but I want to show you guys just me dynameshing it, or just using the move brush and then dynameshing. Actually, instead of move, I'm going to use clay buildup. I'm just going to kind of outline my shape. It's going to be a little bit smaller here, right? So I'm first pulling a bunch of verts out, like how stretched my geo is getting. And now if I Dynamesh, pow, see that? See how it just makes that into actual geo that we can start to mess around with. That's the beauty of Dynamesh. That is the beauty of it. And then I can kind of pull this out right there. And down. So now I have that. It's again a little bit stretched out, right? So if I Dynamesh, boom. It just scans through all the positions of your verts and then makes actual usable geometry there. I'm now going to go to clay buildup again, kind of build up the size of this. There. I would definitely look up reference for the back of your ear. Like, who knows what a back of an ear looks like, you know? So absolutely keep reference on at all times, guys. I say that, but then I'm also not sculpting with reference, so, you know, do as I say sort of situation. And we're getting some ear detailing in there. Ears are really weirdly shaped. I don't know if you guys have ever studied what an ear looks like, but it's some alien shit. It's some alien looking stuff, dude. So I'm just kind of fixing up all these. Then we'd have the deep hole right there. This stuff's getting all stretched out still, so I'm going to Dynamesh again right there. Really build out this sort of thing right there. Notice that's getting stretched again when I do that, so feel free to re-Dynamesh it right there. There you go. Got something going. You might need to fix them from the front if you look right here. So if I pull these out, definitely could use a little bit of help there. So Dynamesh just fixes the mesh when it begins to freak out. Yeah, that's kind of how I'd want you guys to use it. But I also want you guys to know, like, think about when I had those two separate lips and it just sealed across them, right? So any points that you have that are close are going to get scanned together. Think about if I had a hand that was posed like this, if you guys can see my real human self. If you Dynameshed and your fingers were really close together, Dynamesh would connect these fingers right here because there's not a lot of distance between them, you know? So if they were like that, it's gonna weld all of those across. But yeah, but Keely says, so Dynamesh fixes the mesh when it begins to freak out. That's how I would want you guys to use it at these like sort of starting levels, you know. You saw how like small things in my ear were getting stretched out, and I was like, I don't want that. I want some clean geo to work with, something that I can really pull around. All right, so now back to the nose. Let's do the nose a little bit. I'm just kind of beveling that out. And yeah, when you guys are doing this for your homework, feel free to just kind of float around the model and start fixing stuff that looks strange. You don't have to do it step by step, right? I just kind of get in the neck and the ear before I kind of go deep into anything else, just because those are like pretty big shapes. We're probably gonna go do the eyes after I fix up the mouth a little bit. So let's start messing around with the mouth right here. So for the mouth, if we go in, and remember, I sort of just established this mound right here for it. Also, I feel like it's a good time to save because I'm scared. Course materials, base demo 2. Now the lips, when they're like the way that we're sculpting it right now, we won't be able to open the lips, right? In order to have lips that you could really open, we would need to really dig in here like this, and then Dynamesh this and start to build these back in, right? That's if we're going to open our lips. But for this assignment, we're not going to open our lips, you know? So I'm just going to do it how I would do it with a mouth that's not going to open, right? And if you think about it, those lips are basically a crease, right? And something that's great for creases is, you guessed it, damn standard. Where is it? There you go. Damn standard. And if we just start going across, remember I use damn standard with a really low intensity up here. So it's not going to affect the model a bunch, right? So you might have to go over a few times. Look at that. Look at that. Look at them lips coming into form right here, right before our eyes. Right? Pretty cool. My guy kind of has like an underbite right here, so I would solve that with move. I'm just gonna kind of move this stuff back right here, and then kind of, because if you look from the side, your top lip usually protrudes out a little bit further than your bottom lip, just a little bit. Like if you look at my face, fuck, this is hard to do. Wow. Oh my god, this is like messing up my brain. All right, so bottom lip kind of more inset than my top lip, and it's kind of on a line with my chin, like the outside of my chin. If my beard wasn't here, these would make sort of a line that goes diagonally up, right? So just keep that in mind, you know. Yeah, so that's some all right lips. Could be a little bit better. I might take these outside points. Whoops, sorry. Sometimes holding shift and orbiting, like you can get locked into some weird angles. I might pull these down a little bit. I pull them out just a smidge. I also might inset them a little bit, just a little bit right there. I also recommend something that's really nice is having just a little mirror around you. I think this is like a makeup mirror or something, but because it has like the magnified side. but this is really useful because like how often do you see a face from like the bottom, you know, like when do you ever look at them like that? So it's really useful for seeing different angles, and you can kind of verify that with your sculpt as it's developing. So that's a very useful tool as well, you know. But again, if you're doing like some sort of cartoony stuff, definitely just find some nice things to reference. Like remember, I'm going to link it again in case you guys forgot, but this website is amazing for that. I'll put it in the chat. Sketchfab.com. So like if you find like a really nice stylized character on there that you'd love to sort of look at and observe for like proportions and stuff, then by all means.
What is the difference between move and move topological?
Okay, so move and move topological right now for this model won't behave any differently, right? Because move topological kind of conforms to the topology, right? So if I have, this will be a lot easier to explain if I put this into the scene. So I'm just going to do my insert mesh sphere right here. And notice how it masked out that first model. Remember, to get rid of masks, you just control drag off the surface right there. Now move topological, which is what I'm using right now. If I start dragging on those spheres, it won't move the character underneath with it, right? However, oops, if I go into move and then do it, see how it brings the rest of the character with it? It's because it's move topological scans the geometry right here, and it can detect that it's like a different disconnected piece. So yeah, does that make sense, Keely?
So regular move just kind of like crosses air gaps?
Yeah. Regular move is basically going to move everything around where you set down your cursor. So it's going to move everything within this like red circle that it's drawn right there. It's going to start moving everything in there. However, move topological is going to do that same thing, but on a per mesh basis, right? So like if you have two fingers next to each other, it'll only move one of the fingers, you know, it won't move both of them.
Nice.
But yeah. Nice. Let's see, let's undo. There we go. All right. So regular move kind of brings the air with it too. Yeah, it just does everything in that zone. Regular move does everything, and that's usually it's pretty useful. But yeah, it'll just depend on the circumstance. So my next step is I kind of want to get some eyes in here, right? I want to get some eyes on this bad boy. And I'm going to show you, this is the last new tool of the day. We could do it with that insert mesh brush that I was just showing you guys. Like we could just insert mesh. Like if you guys have been fooling around with it and it's feeling fine, you could just drag out spheres. Notice that they're not pointing in any certain direction, so it's not the best for that. What I kind of want to do is instead use our subtools. So if we go over to our subtools, there's a lot of just empty space in here. We only are going to append. We're going to get one new subtool into the scene, and we're going to append that right here. So append subtool, sphere, and so it brings a sphere into the space, right? And you guys don't have to really use the sphere specifically. because you could model this in Maya once we send it back over. But sorry, my phone was lighting up. But I want to show you guys how to use these in ZBrush. You know, you could also append any other shape really. You see that they have a bunch of like preset shapes, so you could append a lot of different ones in there. It's a very useful menu. So now we have a sphere in the scene, right? And you can click back between these. So I'd like everyone to append a sphere into their scene right now, no matter where they are in the process. So you get that sphere in the view. And we're going to move that around. We're going to move this sphere around, but we're not going to use the move tool. I mean, we're not going to use the move brush. We're going to use these like basic. Once we click on them, you'll be like, oh, this just feels like Maya again, right? So if I click on the move right here, see, look at that. That's just Maya. That's just straight up Maya right there, right? So if we move this over to the side, and you can always hold shift when you're rotating to sort of snap it. That's honestly what Maya should do. It's kind of dumb that they don't. And then you can scale it with this interior box right there. So we just scale that down. So that's just basic object manipulation in here. And I'm going to scale it down a little bit more, because the eyeballs aren't as big as we kind of think they are, you know? They're a little bit smaller. I think we're just used to seeing a bunch of Disney characters, you know, and with their gigantic ass eyes. Yeah, so let's put that in there. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. And so now our eye is in position, right? It's in position. But now it's like, how do we get the other one in there? Do we append another sphere and then scale it down and then move it? You could, right? But just to save you guys, how did you append the sphere again? Keely, so append is in your subtool menu. So subtools right here. And if you open that up, go to append, you'll pop a sphere right into the scene. Now, in order to like work with that sphere, you have to select it first. So you have to click on the sphere picture right here. And then that'll switch to that subtool. Then just, because I'm sure a lot of people are at that step still, I'll just do it again. Remember, that's append. And I just go to sphere 3D. I click on the sphere so I can use it. And then I click on move up here. Don't click on draw. Don't click on draw. Just click on move. And move this over. And then move it over again. And then you can rotate it. And shift locks that rotation. So you can kind of get it to 90. And you can scale it down to any size you want. And you just put it in wherever you want. Oh, I'm trying not to sneeze right now. Oh, man. Okay. Whew. So, also just this subtool menu, like there's just a bunch of cool stuff in here. However, since I appended that extra sphere that I don't need, I can just go to delete. And a lot of these buttons will do pretty much exactly what they sound like duplicate, mix another one. Delete all, it's going to delete all subtools. That sounds like chaos. I wouldn't recommend that. Split is going to split up separate things. So if you think about when I added those spheres onto the head earlier, if I did split after that, it would split those up into different subtools rather than just being one guy. But yeah, so now that's this. I'm going to move this a little bit back. There we go. I lost my toolbar. Oh, what? Which toolbar? This right-hand side one?
Yeah, that one. I don't know what I clicked and it just disappeared.
Oh, shit. Let's see. I think there is... Face. How the hell do we get that back? Let's see. Well, wait, is it just like this entire bar is gone? Like all of these are gone, like geometry's gone, subtool's gone, all those gone, or no?
Yeah, I only have modifier. I don't even have like the tool.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let's try to find that again then. So tool is right here. You can always see it right here.
Okay.
And I think you can drag this. Yeah. There you go. So if you click on tool and then click on this button, it should pop over there.
I got it. It's back.
Nice.
Thank
Nice. Awesome. All right. So now we have that eye in there. And I want to just show you very quick tool, just one button. This is one of those mystery bonus buttons in here that is really helpful. So it's under geometry, and it's under modify topology, and we're looking for mirror and weld. Boom. There you go. So it just mirrors it right across. And we have that eye in there. And now we can, if you activate symmetry with X, you can move this around, sort of get a good spot for that eye to sit. Now you'll quickly discover that like eyes are kind of hard to place and like wrap like eyelids and stuff around. But I mean, it'll just take time. It'll just take time to fix up. But yeah, so you can move with that.
I appended like multiple spheres by accident. How do I delete one of them?
So back in your subtool menu, you should have a bunch of spheres in this list. So notice how mine's just the face and then the two eyes. You'll have some bonus eyes down here. So just click on them and then do delete. Don't delete your face.
There is only one sphere, but it has like two spheres in it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, are they both on the same half of the face then? Like they're both on like
yeah,
the right? Okay, so what you could do is basically the opposite of merge, which is kind of like they got kind of merged together. They're one subtool, right? So you could split. So if you split to parts, you'll get two separate subtools. And then you can delete one of those. The one that you don't.
This is not an undoable operation.
Oh yeah, it warns you. It warns you. I'm glad it does too. Like that's cool. Because otherwise, like you might make some mistakes, you know. Whoa. All right. So now, just for Keely and whoever else is on this step, remember to mirror that eye across. You're looking for geometry, modify topology, Hit the geometry menu, modify topology, mirror and weld, and that will mirror your guy. That will mirror the eye across, and then you can press X to toggle symmetry on and sort of move them together. It's a very nice way of working with eyes. It's a little bit more complicated than I would like, but just being able to kind of move both eyes at the same time and like scale them and stuff like that's kind of invaluable, you know.
It says that the resulting mesh, 3D mesh, does not contain any polygons and that the operation has been canceled.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a gotcha about mirror and weld. So mirror and weld has to look at one side of the face in order to mirror it, right? So your eye is probably on the wrong side of your face. So to fix that, they're too big and I can't see that. Wait, what? How do you get the red and like these arrows?
Yeah, mine are like really huge.
Whoa, what the hell? I honestly, what? That is so insane. I don't know. Could you send like a screenshot of what that looks like?
Yeah.
Benny says hi. Oh, tell Benny to follow along so he can study ZBrush with us. Benny was one of my first students before I brought ZBrush into the course curriculum. And also, Benny is just kind of dope, so y'all should hit up Benny. He's a very cool guy. Are too full of tacos to ZBrush? Benny says you made him blush. Oh, man. Yeah, I wish that were me too. Holy shit. That sounds amazing. Okay, so I think Kendall sent their... Ah, weird. Also, your screen is so tiny. Like, it's like slender. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how I did that.
I think... Oh, that's weird. Huh. Maybe. Let me Google that real quick because I've never really had to mess with that. Brush.
Also still hung up on your eye is on the wrong side of the face.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, right?
When you're done with that one.
Yeah, for sure. Kendall, I can't find quickly how to do this. So I would say just try to zoom in on your character. So see how as I zoom in, it sort of brings that like the gizmo doesn't change size really. But yeah, so I would just try to zoom in and place your eyeball that way because I saw you're like kind of this far out, you know. So it is hard to sort of fit that. zoom in. Sophia's losing it over there. So back to Keely's question. If you Keely, can you see my real life face? Like, can you see my webcam still, or is it?
Yes.
This is now Benny. Benny's taking over. All right, so yeah, what do we got? All right, so picture this phone as my eye, right?
Okay.
And picture this as the line of symmetry.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, ZBrush looks at your this side of it, or it looks at one side of your object, depending on which way you're sculpting it. And it's going to be looking for something over there to mirror, right?
Mhm.
So if my phone, if it's looking on this left side for something to mirror, and there's nothing, because the phone's on this right side, it's going to say there's no geometry over there to mirror, even though like ZBrush should do something smart in this situation and check if there is something on either side and then mirror it over. But yeah, so what we need to do is.
So you just have to guess what it's looking at?
Yeah, you have to, well, I'm just kind of used to it because like, it's like ingrained in me, you know, from doing this so much. But yeah, so I do know how to fix it for you though, because this has happened to me a lot. If you go to, see, this is another bonus one. I don't want people like losing themselves in these tools. That's why I want to keep it to just the bare bones. But if you go to deformation, Keely, and then if you do mirror, it's just going to flop that position over to the other side. And then you can do mirror and weld. It's really dumb. I really hate this part. But
I clicked mirror and nothing happened. The little Maya circle is no longer, should have mentioned this earlier, is no longer over my sphere that I appended. It's just like in the middle. But it doesn't move my head model around either. It's just sort of chilling there.
Keely, I'm going to demand that you share your screen immediately. 1 second, let me enable it for you. There we go.
What if I broke ZBrush?
What if you broke it? Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
So
Keely's doing some sort of Doge. Subtool.
So like, here's my sphere. It's right there. I see it.
I'm going to demand remote control of your computer.
What's going on here? Put it back.
There we go. Hey, there we go. Very nice. So basically this is floating out in free space. We don't really want that. Also, I noticed that your sphere, whenever it's dark gray like this, that means that it's masked. So
I've forgotten how to unmask it.
That's just control and then left click drag, and then it unmasks it. Now I want to reset this. I want to get this pivot point down there again. And you can always do that by going to, wait a minute. Yeah. Going to unmasked mesh center. That's this little home icon right there. And let me see, because mirror, I didn't realize that you had it unmasked. I didn't realize you had it masked before. I think that modify topology mirror and weld might work now for you. So let's try that. Yeah, see, so since it was masked out, ZBrush wasn't looking at that geo, so it's like, it doesn't exist, and that's like the error it gave you too. But yeah, there you go. All
right.
Very nice, very nice. All right, I'm now giving up remote control. I'm no longer a hacker. All right, so now let me share my screen. Keely, you can stop sharing yours. That way you're not messing with your bandwidth and stuff.
I was like, it doesn't look like I'm sharing my screen anymore, but now it looks like I'm sharing my screen.
Well, we got this. It's not Benny. It's the demon physics for me, Benny. So sorry, Sophia. So now we have our eyes in the scene. We can start to kind of sculpt. And I'm just pressing my hotkey to go back to this, but yeah, you can just click up your brush menu right here. And let's just start pushing on this, right? Let's get our eyes to be kind of, let's like wrap the eyelids around the eyes, right? And our guy kind of looks angry and scary. So let's undo that, or let's just move these back out. Remember, if you're working on a different subtool, you got to switch back to the head. So since we were working on the eyes, we have to switch back to the head here. And then boom, bang. You can start sculpting in there. Let's just start messing with this eye shape, right? And if you look at like the little shape of the eyes, you can see that like, I feel like I need to get more of the eye over here. So I'm going to move in some of this. So mess with that. Nice, nice. Just kind of even that out. Let's push that back out right there. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. I know your characters will be, or this little homework assignment, you're probably going to go after some sort of different sort of character, but so I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about different. Sorry, it's kind of hard to sculpt and talk at the same time. I'm going to talk about like some different things. Like, say if you wanted hair on this, right? Let's tackle eyebrows first. I would do the same exact thing that we did for the eyes, right? I would just be down to do an append and then mirror. I'll show that actually. Just I was gonna give an alternate way, but I want to just instill this. So I just added that sphere and then scaled it down. And I'm just going to use my move tool, move topological. I'm just going to kind of put that into the scene. So like you have to be thinking about like kind of the different structure of things, right? Like this eyebrow. Oh my God, that's a massive eyebrow. Like the eyebrow would be a separate shape, right? So I would want to kind of append a new subtool for that. My teeth, those will all be separate shapes. So I would append a subtool for that. That's why we appended one for the eye. And you could use that insert mesh brush as well if you're feeling a little bit adventurous. But I would do something like this. I would also, since that sphere comes in with its own topology, right? If I turn on polyline, you can see that it gets stretched out a bunch. So if we go in, this is a perfect time to Dynamesh it. Boom, see that? If I could Dynamesh, my Lord and Savior Dynamesh. There we go. So we get something stylized in there. I'm going to turn off polyline, but you don't need to get super real with that. But yeah. There we go, you know. And then we would just do the same thing that we did with the eyes, where I just go to modify topology, mirror and weld. That's the eyebrow of Mr. Clean. I mean, as a bald man, Mr. Clean is my my metric for beauty. So might as well conform to that. But yeah, so here we go. Also remember to turn on, remember the hotkey for symmetry is X. So we can sculpt these symmetrically now. Yet another unrealistic beauty standard for men. There we go. Yeah. So there's that. Now hair's a little bit more annoying. Hair's actually kind of difficult and time consuming. So by all means, you don't have to include hair. But if I were to tackle it, I would kind of, there's a few ways. I would use a different tool, but I'm going to use tools that you guys know. So I'm going to go to append again. Just going to append a sphere because I like spheres. Oh my gosh, can't click buttons. There we go. I'm going to select that sphere. I'm going to move it up. And I'll do some like kind of bigger hair. So I'm just going to use move topological. So I'll give him like a luscious mane. Let's do this. Wait, I'm a fool. I need to activate symmetry first. Boom, right there. Remember that's X. X toggles symmetry back on and off. And so let's move this down. See that? So we got this going on. I just smoothed out that pole right up there. And I'm just going to Dynamesh that bad boy. Why not? You know? But I'm smoothing out again. Keely's excited for mullet boy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And let's give a little bit of thickness to that mullet. Let's get that big party in the back right there. And I'm going to mullets usually have that, the sideburn kind of comes down pretty far. So I would pull that into position as well, right there. And then Dynamesh, boom. And then we can just continue to use our regular sculpting tools on this, right? I'm just doing clay buildup. A little bit of clay right there. And the top's kind of like warped right here. So I'm gonna sort of fix that up. You could even go as far as to start giving individual like strokes right here to sort of give that feeling of hair, right? Like you could get a little bit of that in there. If you wanted to get really detailed with it, you can sort of, let me smooth this out back here. Oh yeah, also I need to get the kind of overall shape. Mullets kind of come out and they kind of splay out down here rather than coming into a point. So I'm just kind of brute forcing this, right? So let's push that out. And I'm just using alternate smooth to sort of make that more gentle. It's a little bit too much. Looks like a whale's tail or something. Here we go. But yeah, absolutely feel free to look up reference for a mullet if you're doing a mullet. Oops. I'm smoothing this again. Dynameshing again. Yeah. So that's how I would kind of give some hair in there. Real quick, I would just have it as one piece. In a Hollywood movie, though, you're gonna have an artist that is their entire job is to groom characters. So they're gonna only touch the hair. They're gonna get the character from a different artist, and then they're gonna do the groom, as they call it. And they're going to use a program that actually goes in and inputs individual strands of hair at like a really tiny level, right? Really tiny level. And then has a bunch of curves under there that kind of guide the hair. It's called XGen in Maya. It's done in Maya. There's also a lot of hair plugins because hair's, like I said, difficult to do. And so a lot of people have their own plugins that they use for it. Plugins are just like added on tools that don't come default with the software. But yeah, so we got some nice mullet action there. Very nice, very nice. Kind of looks like a chef's hat right now. I would probably try to fix up the sort of shape of it. That's the business in the front, being a chef. Hell yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Notice how my main character's face gets a little bit, it's getting a little bit low poly there. And Dynameshing won't change anything on it. So instead what I want to do, because Dynamesh will just do this, right? If I do it again, it's just resampling it, but still at that same kind of smaller level of detail, right? So I'm going to undo that. And instead what I'm going to do is divide right here. Remember, that's the subdivision level. Boom. Divide, gets that smoothed up right there. I'm going back in with smooth now. If I wanted that eyelid to read really clearly, I would do damn standard. And remember, I use damn standard with a low intensity. And I'm doing the opposite, so I'm holding Alt. So it's pulling out on that surface right there. There we go. You see that? You see that, guys? You guys can pretty much create anything with just seven brushes, right? Now the extra buttons like the append and then the mirror and weld and the mirror, those are going to take a little bit more time to sort of commit to memory, but I find it's pretty fast learning if you just mess around with these brushes, right? So that's kind of why I use this homework assignment, is so you guys get a little bit of time to just fuck around, mess around with the ZBrush. All right, so it's 7:42. I'm just going to be messing around on my own over here. Feel free to just ask me any questions, though, guys. Like this is the time. This is prime time. Please mess around with whatever you want to, whatever face you want to sculpt for homework, and you're going to run into problems probably. So reach out. And that goes. It's the same for throughout the week as well. Feel free to hit me up and be like, Mike, what's happening with the scene? So how you guys liking ZBrush? Besides the UI, I know the UI is a bit whack, but do you guys see the potential? Do you guys see the power, the raw power that we have here? I really hope you do. Way, Edgar says way better than Maya. Yep. I'm glad at least one person thinks so. This is why I'm including it. Also, like, I'd say like almost 100% of the like character work is done in ZBrush, you know. Same with environment. So like it was just such a choke not to be teaching it. So I'm glad we get to share this now.
So I have a random question.
Absolutely. What's up?
So they model it in like ZBrush and then put it into Maya and add a rig there?
Mm-hmm, absolutely. There's one more step, which was the retopology. Remember what I was saying about that? So I'll just kind of, I'll give you like a rudimentary showcase of that. Just because I want everyone to really know the pipeline. That's what they call it, right? So I'm gonna file save first before I do this. Let's do face demo 2. There we go. So Edgar asked the question of, so they do a character in ZBrush and then they bring it to Maya and rig it then. Almost, right? So we need to retopologize it. So that involves exporting the tool. I'm going to do, let's make sure this is the right spot. Yeah, polysphere. Now I showed you guys Z remesher, which does this kind of automatically, but worse. It does it a lot worse. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It might do it better than us when we're first starting out. But I just want you guys to know that the industry does not work like that. It doesn't just do an auto retopology and then call it a day. Someday it probably will though. And I really look forward to that day because retopology takes a while. But basically we're taking this same mesh, right? And it's got a poly, like its polys look like this. This is kind of like unusable because they don't really flow with any sort of shape on the character. Maya's opening up really slowly. It's exactly what I want in this situation. At least it's opening though, which is good. Let me close this. There we go. And basically, sorry, my computer's lagging a little bit. My computer's lagging a lot a bit. Benny said, yeehaw, we didn't get to use this. Yeah, I'm sorry, Benny. I mean, when they onloaded me into your class, I had like 1 week to prep and I didn't know if we'd be able to fit another software into the class. Same with my second semester teaching here. I still didn't update the coursework from like the previous professor's sort of guidelines. And then I decided that ZBrush is too pimp nasty in order to not teach, you know, so. Oh my God, Maya's taking ages. Jesus Christ.
Is there a way to like delete parts of the mesh? Like I put these ears on here, but I changed my mind. I don't want them. How do I like make them not here anymore? Is there a way beyond just like clicking clay and then just alt and trying to just like make them smaller out of existence?
I would suggest that for starting out because there's definitely a way. Fine, yeah, I just don't want to overload you guys with tools. I'm glad you guys are asking questions that are like outside of the normal, but I just if you're feeling overloaded, don't look at these tools. Don't look at them. We're just this is for Keely only. So yeah, Keely, if you hold Control and Shift, so hold Control and Shift and observe what happens with the top left here with this brush. This is bringing up what we have what we call a select rectangle, and we have two options here. So if I wanted to clip off a lot of this bottom of the mullet, I could, and I'll show you the simpler one. So I'm going to click on this brush, right? And notice how our brush palette is like considerably different. What we're looking for is, I believe, trim rectangle, trim lasso, and trim curve, and trim. These will all trim the mesh, but we're looking for trim rectangle. And then now when I press Control Shift, notice that trim rectangle is my brush right there. And if I just grab over all of that, boom, you see that? Sliced it right off. Whew.
Poor guy.
Yeah, his mullet had to go someday though, you know?
Someone got him with the kitchen scissors.
Yeah, they were like, I'm not dealing with this mullet ever again. It's Captain Planet.
Oops.
But yeah, so there you go.
So that was clip rectangle?
That was trim rectangle.
All right.
Trim rectangle. Yeah. This last one right there. But yeah, pretty simple tool. You'll also notice that the bottom is like all triangle boys. You might want to just do a geometry Dynamesh to fix that up. See that right there? Just your classic Dynamesh sort of use case. Sophia, I don't appreciate you badgering Edgar. This is very upsetting. This is not a conducive atmosphere to learning if you're badgering my students. That was Benny, bully him. Benny, how dare you? How dare you? All right, back to Edgar's question though, about if we just bring it straight from ZBrush. No, there's one extra step, and I'm going to show you just a little glimpse of it. 2, 4, there we go. So this is the mesh straight out of ZBrush, right? And Maya's going to kind of die importing it. Yep, dying is definitely happening here. Well, there we go. All right. So it took a little while, but we have it now. And you can see it's kind of interesting just to see the model in a different light, you know. But here we go. And let's click on it. There we go. So basically all of these polys are like routing in weird different ways. And the industry standard way to fix this is to retopologize it. Click, wait, Control Alt plus click and drag zooms for me on Cintiq. Control Alt. Oh, nice. Oh, interesting. Matt says, holy moly, all those polys. Yeah, think about trying to like model that by hand, you know, like that's how we were doing it in the old days, you know, but then ZBrush came along and then, you know, we got to be really free with it. So basically what we would do is click this little magnet button, which makes it live. So now any object that I drag around in the scene is going to snap to that surface. And what we do with that is in our modeling toolkit, quad draw. And I would work with symmetry for this, symmetry object X. And then you just kind of put points in, right? And these points are where your verts are going to end up. And you can see that I'm kind of drawing them out a little bit. I'm kind of outlining this eye shape. Right, right. And, oh wait, whoops, not that one. Let's get this one. And this is why I like jam a lot of tools into you guys at the beginning, is because we like if we're doing character work, which I would imagine a lot of you in the class do want to do, it's a lot easier to make geo this way. See that? So it just kind of makes the geometry right there. And it's all quads because it's quad draw, you know, it's only going to let us draw quads. So we're not going to have unclean like triangles or anything in our scene. And you kind of go through every single part of the character and really retopologize it and get it to be some nice, clean geo. Does that make sense, Edgar?
Yeah, that makes sense.
There'd be one more step before rigging as well, which would be texturing. That way we don't have just gray mesh models, you know, and then and that adds a lot of like the fidelity that, you know, in like movies and stuff is their texturing workflows and how they kind of project stuff on there. I will talk a little bit more about that though, especially when we actually get to that section. But yeah, but for now, that's pretty much all you need to know about that. That person is just straight up glowing. Intrigued both by both options for rhyming poly with holy. Yeah, holly, holy, moly, holy moly poly. Yeah, it's kind of a brain bender. Yeah, so that's the process, guys. So like I said, I'm just gonna hang out until 8:45. Shoot your questions at me. Like this is new software. I know you guys are probably running into some issues. So absolutely ask me anything.
So we can pretty much like model our own character as long as we include all the things you mentioned. Like it doesn't have to be human.
Doesn't have to be human, but I would like you to get a handle of the brushes that I was talking about. And I would like you to append an eye and sort of get that in there. I'll include a second document in addition to this other one that I posted to the Discord. It's kind of gone now. I'll just repost them both, but they're on Beachboard. This one right here, it'll be a nice little kind of brief review of the different tools we're learning. But yeah, so just the brushes, Dynamesh, and append. That's what I want you guys to get a sort of handle on.
Okay.
Awesome. And then next class, we're going to render them and then turn them in. So have them ready at the start of next class. So I want y'all to have something to sort of bring and mess around with, so we can get some cool renders.
Can you list the brushes we used again, just so I can make sure I didn't miss any?
Absolutely. Let me go back to Zbrush. Oh, Zbrush is auto-saving. All right. I'm going to just make a new sphere so you can get like a little refresher on what they do. So new sphere. I'm going to turn off everything except for that sphere. Dynamesh that sphere. Bow, right there. All right. All right, so let's go over the list. I have the list on Discord in here, right here. But I'm gonna include H-Polish on this list. I just forgot to include it when I was making this doc. But yeah, it's gonna be standard, the smooth, clay, move, damn standard, and H-Polish. And with those ones, you can pretty much make anything. Let's go open up the brush menu. So standard, where are we? There we go. Standard is this boy right here. Just kind of smoothly pulling out right there of the surface of the mesh. You can kind of get nice foldy shapes like that. Let's see what else is on that list. Smooth is just holding shift and going over it again. And remember, you can also alt smooth. Man, I hate that name for it. You can also, while you're smoothing, let go of shift and continue to drag, and it will sort of average out those points. The more you get kind of equipped with it, the more you'll love it. Like when I'm smoothing, oh my God, the cats just ran into my door. They're a bit cracked right now. When you're smoothing, if you let go of shift, it'll sort of average out those points. That's the most of the smoothing I do is with that alternate way of smoothing. Look at the slideshow they show in the Zbrush, like they do amazing things with squares. Yeah, right. Yeah, if you let go of the software and don't touch it for a while, it'll start like a little slideshow up, and then you'll see a bunch of amazing work that they update. So that's smoothing. Now clay, I use clay buildup, because clay buildup we can kind of push as far as we want. Wow, it goes super far out. Of course, I use it without the alpha. So in this little alpha menu, I turn that off, so I get a nice smooth little bulge right there. You see that? See how it kind of bulges out, rather than if I put the alpha on, it's kind of this grainy like square that you're dragging across. It feels a bit weird, but it could add to the texture of the piece. So that's clay buildup. I recommend you looking at all these different clays to see which one you want. Regular clay, it kind of pushes out to a level, but it doesn't go beyond it. That's why clay buildup is called that same brush, but it just goes beyond. And then clay tubes, it's a little bit, it's very similar to regular clay, but it's just a bit smoother. Again, I would recommend only like looking at one of these. I don't even use the standard brush for that much. I pretty much do all of my moving with clay buildup. And let's see what else is on the list. And then move. The move brush, very important. Might be the most important brush in ZBrush, oddly enough. Move. Right here. And this is just gonna allow us to really bend and shape the mesh, you know. We can pull it out into any shape we want, you know. Very useful, very useful. I use it a lot for modifying forms and shapes. Like if I didn't have enough forehead in my piece, I could just kind of move it. Sorry about that. I could just kind of move that out. It's amazing for just modifying and playing with forms and shapes. And second to last is Dynamesh Standard. You don't necessarily have to, like clay, move brush, and smooth, you can pretty much make all your shapes, but Dynamesh Standard is going to help if you need a nice crease, right? If you need that crease in there, it's amazing for that, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. I usually use it with a low intensity, right? But if you, I think it's defaults to like 33 or something. So this is what it'll look like on your end. It's a little bit extreme, right? So, you know, if you tone that down, and you saw me using it for like the eyebrow before to kind of give it that Overwatch sort of style. And the eyelid as well. Like you can get some like really nice shapes in there. Got some sort of alien guy going on right here. So that's Dynamesh Standard. And remember, those are all on the this little list that I put into Discord. The one that I forgot that I need to put in there is H polish. And you don't really need, like, you don't need to use H polish by any means. Let's find it. But I want you to know it exists because it's very useful. So H polish, when we drag that around, it makes it kind of one flat surface right there. And you can get a lot of like nice faceting sort of shapes with it. Very nice, very nice. All right, here we go. And that's it. That's it for the brushes. That's it for the brushes. You guys don't need to know about that insert mesh brush, but I did show that because a lot of people were kind of curious. And the refresher on that is IMM primitives. I use this when I'm blocking out like the shapes of all of my characters. You can just drag out the sphere and then just kind of move this into position. Oh, sorry, you can Dynamesh them together if you want. I usually keep them separate. So after dragging that out, instead of Dynameshing, I go into Subtool and I split it to parts. Bang, bang. Then you have that free floating one. I usually just keep them as the cylinder for a while until I have them all kind of in place. But yeah, this is how you make a full characters, just by getting all these in here. There you go. All right. So I hope that answers your question. Let me know if it doesn't.
I have a question. Can we see your cats before the year is over?
I will. I'll put them in the Discord. I found some good footage of them.
Yes. Thank you.
Don't worry about it. Cat. Yeah. We, my roommate really wanted a cat, and then quarantine only compelled us more to get one. And they found a nice adoptable cat, and we adopted it. And then we found out that cat was pregnant because there's one day where it was just like she was just like laying on the ground and like not moving at all, and we were like, are you dying? Like, are you gonna be fucking dead? Like, do we buy some cat that's on its way out? and then like they took her to the vet, and like the vet was like, this cat is very pregnant and gonna have kittens in like 1 week. And we're like, oh god. So then we ended up with 6 cats, and then but we found lots of like great homes for most of them. But then we kept the fattest one, the chonkiest one, as anyone should. So now we have two. We have two of them bad boys.
What are their names? Very
Um,
important information.
The mom is named Tiny, and
Ah,
then the child was named White Claw, but then we started calling him Babushka, which is Russian for grandma, and then that's kind of just shortened into Boosh. So you got Big Mama and Big Boosh. That's mostly what we call him. So that's the mom. Let's find a nice picture of the Boosh. Oh, very nice. Yes. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. I just put them in the pet pics channel.
this is some good cat content.
Yeah, they're finally curated. We oh yeah, no, they're freaking adorable though. I love them.
They look so similar. It's like they're related or something.
Yeah, right. White Claw's a valid warrior cat. It is. It's like too badass too, because he's just very carefree cat. You know, doesn't seem like too vicious. You know, my dog's name is Seamus, and that's somehow become Moo Moo. Yeah, they just morph over time. It's like my favorite thing. I like studying the what is it, the etymology of the word, you know, see how that their name came to be. My friend's dog is Misha, but he became Mish Mish. Oh, very nice Mish
It's
Mish.
not as big a stretch, but
It's a you know, it's still good though. Mish Mish. Mish Mish.
mish mish.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, my dudes. I love cats. If only I wasn't allergic to them. Matt, I was allergic. And then I think through prolonged exposure, I just kind of became immune to them.
See, that's what everyone says.
But
I'm glad that happens to some people, but it's like, if I did that, I would simply perish.
really, I don't know. I don't know.
They give me like breathing problems if I'm around them for too long.
Like my roommate was the same way though. Like he would be like, his eyes would be like shut up, and like he would be like crying. Like, but this breed of cat was also hypoallergenic apparently. So, but when we got them, I still had like kind of an allergic reaction to them.
But they're so fuzzy.
Right? That's why I don't think that they were, but I don't know. I'm sus. I'm sus for sure.
What kind of cat are they?
I don't know. They
All
were
right.
the previous owner told us that they were Bengal, but then I looked up pictures of Bengals and they kind of just look different. Like their spotting pattern is just different. So I think they're just some sort of tabby.
Yeah, Bengals are like part kind of like wild cats still.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I get like hives back in the days. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if my roommate got hives, but he definitely had breathing problems from it. I wouldn't want to deal with how long it takes to acclimate. Well, Rachel, I had bad allergies at the start, and then I was taking meds for every day. And then after like 2 weeks, I just kind of stopped taking them, and I was like, huh, it kind of works now. But yeah, so it might be possible. There's still hope for you to be cat friendly. Mish mish. Oh. He's so sleepy. More of a doggy person anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I love dogs. I don't know. I can't. I used to be very dog only, but I kind of like both now. Kind of like both. They're both so nice. I think I'm only gonna get a dog once I like have a backyard though, or like some sort of house, so they can like they're not confined to like a tiny apartment. What the? Is that cat blue? That's a. I love like those long-haired, like dark colored cats. They're just so nice.
Percy gets like dreadlocks sometimes.
Really?
Yeah,
Percy's grooming game is lacking.
it really is. I took him to the groomer like maybe 2019, and he looked so silly when he came home.
There's so many nice pets. I love them all. Man, because my roommate's gonna be moving out in like a couple months, and I'm gonna be so sad because the cats are theirs. So I'll lose both my roommates and both the cats. It'll be tragic. Oh.
I think it was neat to see the ZBrush process for today. It's very different than Maya, and just watching it alone, I thought was really neat to see. Can't wait to like dig into it and
yeah, dude,
make something out of it.
I'm excited.
It seems like there's a lot you can do with it.
Yeah, any like organic characters, it's like unbeatable. It's absolutely unbeatable. So, yeah.
It looks a lot like 3D drawing.
Right? Yeah. It's just so freeform. Yeah, it's not. You're not like, okay, how could I make this extrusion? Like, yeah, you just go in there. You're like, I'm just gonna move this shape. It's like, there you go. Matt Sung, how do you zoom out the camera? Matt, let's open up ZBrush again. So remember, you can pan with Alt or Option if you're on a Mac, right? So you can pan around like that. But if you're panning like that and then let go of Alt while still dragging, that's how you zoom out and zoom in. Are you on a Mac or a PC, Matt?
It's like on a desktop.
So not an Apple though. So
No,
you
it's
have
like a MSI kind of desktop.
okay. So you could hold Alt and then put your stylus down somewhere that's not on the mesh.
I'm actually using my mouse.
Okay. Yeah. So left click somewhere not on the mesh.
I can move the figure. It's just like I'm trying to.
But now, all right. So when you're moving the figure, right? Like I'm moving around right now, and then if I let go of Alt, that's when it starts.
Oh,
zooming in,
okay.
You know,
I
yeah.
see.
So you can. It's the same hotkeys as panning, but you just let go of Alt while you're in there.
Okay, got it.
Hell yeah. Oh wait, I missed a bunch. Blueberry flavored. What? Oh, it's a cat. Yeah, that's right. My dog's name is Percy too. Oh, double Percy's. Percy's this orange boy. Oh, very nice. Very nice, Percy. Oh, frig. That's a good looking pup. That's a good looking one. Kendall's hitting us with the little pig? What?
Yeah, it's my boyfriend's little pig.
What? That's insane. How big are they gonna get?
I think it's supposed to be like a mini pig, but she's getting a little fat, so I don't know
A little
how
bit
much
plump.
bigger.
I hear
Oh,
pigs
you
are-
guys are in trouble.
Yeah, right. I hear pigs are pretty smart too.
Yeah, she is pretty smart.
She's a smarty. Fantastic content tonight. Thank you, guys. No problem. No problem. Gotta have the pet parade. I like this. I could be your Angle or your Denville from earlier. It's so good. Oh man. All right, what we got in general? Is this Jack Black? Is this a render of Jack Black? Yeah, someone made Jack Black in Zbrush. But yeah. His eyes are not right. There's like a few things that are just kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, it's still like an amazing piece. Like this is really good, but yeah, like human likeness is like incredibly difficult. Like especially if you're like impersonating like an actor that's well known. Like, damn, that's an uphill battle. Usually in movies, they just don't even worry about that, and they just take a bunch of cameras and scan the actor's face, and then they port that over. They port that scan data over.
You know, there's been a couple deep fakes that have been pretty good. The most
Yeah.
recent one it was great just because it happened at all. Was the ending of I'm not sure if anyone's seen the ending of The Mandalorian. I won't spoil it, but
No spoilers. Yeah.
yeah, they did do some CGI for someone in the end there. There's been both positive and negative response to it, and lots of fans who have done their own versions of that CGI.
Yeah.
But
I
like,
know
I was
exactly what you're talking about.
I was just happy it happened at all. I was just
Yeah.
so happy it happened at all. But that sort of stuff is super like you can tell it's, you know, CGI, but it's so short. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
It was
also
a deep
getting.
fake, wasn't it?
It
No,
was.
but wasn't it deep fake?
It was at least part of it was, I think, and I think it was with Disney's proprietary software, so it wasn't technically a deep fake. They just showed a lot of face. I'm not going to get into. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, I think that at least was involved in part of it, because if you zoom in, you can kind of see a little bit of the telltale signs of a deep fake. You know, it's a little bit like blurry on the edges, but yeah, no, that was sweet.
Yeah, no, the other one that they did that, or the ones that they've done recently, this one was a while ago. It was in Rogue One, so I'm not going to worry about spoilers here. But the deepfake they did of Princess Leia at the end,
yeah,
was spectacular.
It's
It
amazing. right?
Yeah, that one is
Yeah.
that one actually surprised me because obviously they had to deep fake her because A, she had just passed away,
Yeah.
and B, she was supposed to be young. But that one was shockingly good.
That one, from what I'm told, was not a deep fake. That was actually a 3D model that they like animated for that one.
Yeah,
Isn't the
they had-
story is they had her daughter essentially do the modeling, like do the
No,
she
it
was the
wasn't.
stand-in?
It wasn't her. It wasn't her daughter. It was actually they had an actress who is similar in build and facial structure to Carrie Fisher, but then she had like the dots for CG. Like she had like the CGI dots all over her face, and so they actually CG'd her face
Who
over
gets the credit
actress.
for that role?
I don't know. I've always wondered about that, like, because it's their face, right? Like that's crazy. But yeah, so that was like a 3D model, and then they had all like the face rig inside there, and then the dots on stage. They take that and apply that to, it's called a fax-based rig, and that's like what a lot of these higher budget ones do. And it's basically a rig in the face that has all the muscles of the face, and then those dots get solved by an algorithm, and they call that the facial data solve. And then you just copy that data onto the rig, and then it moves it around, and you got a Princess Leia in there. So it's very nice.
Is that basically how like VTuber software works?
VTuber software, yeah, absolutely. It's basically the same thing, but like way lower budget, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just like
No dots.
I don't know if they do dots for that though. They might do because I know like different cameras have some like just like desktop space. Like they'll just like look at the video and kind of try to match it based on that. I think they do more of that because I wouldn't imagine they would get up every morning and be like, time to put the dots on the face. Like,
yeah.
But who knows? Maybe they do. But yeah, and at the end of the day, it's still just driving those joints in the face on the rig to make those shapes and expressions.
Do they apply that technology to like just fully animated films? Like the more recent, not even just Disney, but like the second How to Train Your Dragon and the third How to Train Your Dragon, like the facial expression and and character movement in those two films are just outstanding. And I know that DreamWorks developed a new, like a brand new like system, like I think it's called the Apollo software or something. It's like special for DreamWorks, and they first used it on the second How to Train Your Dragon. Have you had access to that sort of technology? Like, is it more fun to do that 3D stuff that way?
I personally haven't. I haven't heard of Apollo either. I was under the impression that they still hand animated all that. I wouldn't think they would use motion capture, but simply because like for like Pixar and DreamWorks, they're kind of like anti motion capture.
It's not a motion capture. I think the second HTDDY was the first one that they used where you could actually almost like draw on a Cintiq and actually pull and manipulate the characters that way and not have to type in specific animation. So I did watch a short thing on it because it was a big deal when it first came out. But it was kind of one of the first films they ever did where you could actually like have a fully rendered scene and you could just manipulate the characters at will with your Cintiq pen on screen.
Yeah, I'm looking into it right now to see if it's what I'm thinking it is. Oh no, there's no way that they were typing. I'm like watching this video and they're like, before we were typing in numbers to move the characters around, like that was like Toy Story 1 era animation software. By like the late 90s, they were definitely not doing that. I'm gonna see if it's no, there's no way. Yeah, Cutie, don't worry. uh if I can- Mm. Okay, yeah. All right, I think they're just kind of overhyping their own technology because it has like one feature where it looks like they're clicking on the character themselves and then they're kind of moving that character around. But at the end of the day, basically what it's doing is that they're clicking on like the jaw and they're pulling that out, and then that's just kind of controlling the jaw on the rig. Which we're going to be basically doing a very similar thing. I'll just bring in a rig real quick to show you guys. Hopefully my eye's not dead, but let's see, here we go. So if I open up, let's open up, I'll open up my lecture from last class. How we will be animating in the future will be much more like this. You see, now the character comes in, and then there's a bunch of controls on the mesh or on the character, and we kind of pull these around, and then we set keys right here and drag forward on time and move these around. So then there you go. So yeah, so basically their Apollo software seemed like they did away with all of these controls, and you instead just click on like the mesh and then it will select the nearest control to that. So I think they're kind of overhyping their own thing, but because this is very similar. You're just, instead of clicking the mesh itself, you click the controls. And this is pretty much industry standard, is this sort of animating style. And this is what I was doing for Sony all those days. So I would just come in, I would open my scenes, and then I would animate the characters like this, you know. So just to reiterate, if you guys don't like one part of this class, or if one part really sticks out to you, then you can probably do that for a job only. So you'd go into place and you'd only do that part of the pipeline. Rodney came back to see Zelda just in the viewport. It's like, what? Yeah, I was just showing them someone was talking about animation, so I was kind of showing them like what we'll be doing for animation later in the class. All right, so last 10 minutes of the class. I'm down to stay a little bit longer if you guys need any assistance, but I'll be heading out at 8:45 otherwise. But yeah, just keep experimenting with Zbrush. Class goes until 9:40. No, class because we kind of skip dinner. Normally when we're on campus, I kind of I take an hour break at 6, so then it'll be 6 to 7 we break. But for work at home, I just kind of say, hey, everyone get a snack, stand up, and then come back, and then we kind of leave early. That was what we voted on that first day, Keely, if you remember that.
Oh, we were voting for the whole class, not just for that day.
Yeah, I was voting for the whole. Yeah. I mean, I'm down to.
I was gonna say I thought it was just for the one class. I didn't realize it was. We were making an important class decision.
Yeah. I mean, I'll bring it up to another vote then. Let me write that on a post-it for future reference. Wow.
Wait, so if we're good, can we head out?
Yeah, 1 second though, actually. Sorry, don't wanna tease you guys too much, but you guys need to fill out a form. I forgot to send you guys a form at the beginning of the semester. Let me bring that up.
Is it the safety form?
It's the safety form, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
The safety form.
You'll be
Love
good
that
noodles,
form.
right? You'll all get gold stars.
Right? Like you guys won't make your computer explode on you, right? Like
No bad eggs.
No triangles on your models.
That's the true danger.
No carpal tunnel. No RSI.
Oh no, see the real danger is staying up too late or forgetting to save.
And like that's what I was actually gonna I was gonna actually say that.
And you have an actual breakdown.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Let me find the link for you guys. Got some nice Keely singing. Very nice. Here is the survey. Here we go. Let me send this around. All right, so I'm posting the link to the thing in chat, but I need to talk about safety. Basically, you should take breaks often, like probably once every hour. Just get up for like 5 minutes. It's good to stare at things off in the distance because over time your eyesight will diminish. Mine definitely has. I've noticed that myself. So if you guys can get up and kind of like focus on some things that are like really far away off in the distance, that'd be ideal. Don't have good posture while you're working. Like try to sit up straight, keep that back kind of upright. If you slouch, you're gonna get some really bad lower back problems over the years. Stay hydrated. Yeah, that's pretty much it for safety. I'd say be careful about overworking when you're using a stylus because you can get carpal tunnel really easy with some if you have some bad like drawing habits in terms of ergonomics. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Don't overwork yourself, but yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so follow that link that I just posted in chat and put your last name, first name, student ID number. Make sure you fill out Art 426 because that's what you guys are in. And my last name is Henriette. I posted that in the chat as well. And yeah. So yeah, follow that link, fill that out, and then you're good to go. You're good to head out.
I just have a final question.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up?
Well, it's just about like my project.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so you go to document and save as, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Save as.
And then it says, would you like to save this?
Wait, sorry, 1 second. While I have everyone here still, get an idea of what you guys want to do for your modeling project. Like if you want to do a character, get a drawing, get some reference of that character. If you just want to do a character bust, like just the top, like the head and like the shoulders of the character, then that's fine too. Get reference of that. If you want to do like a small environment piece, then grab reference of that as well. And have that ready for next class, because we're going to turn in our heads and then or at the start of the class where I'm going to go over turning in heads, like rendering those out, and then we're going to hop back into character creation / environment creation. But yeah, sorry, Edgar. I just wanted to get that out before everyone heads out of here.
It's all good. So I press save as, and then it says the tool is currently in edit transform mode. And it says like save this document or save the tool.
Tools in what, really?
Yeah.
I've never seen that error before. One second, let me look it up. Zbrush.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, because like I saved it earlier, and then when I tried reopening the file, it just wouldn't, so I had to start all over.
Really? Tools in edit. Could you share your screen so I can see exactly what the error says?
Hold on, I'm on my iPad, so I'll have to.
If you could like, film from the iPad, you could just point it at the screen. Yeah.
Let me try that. Have to stop the virtual background. All that stuff. All right, let's see. Search camera. So this is what I'm seeing.
Just to save document or save the active tool, and you're just going up to file save as right here, right?
Hold on, let me see. File.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I put document. That's where
document.
I probably messed up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to go to file save as.
Okay.
To save the whole project. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me know if it throws up any weird sort of things like that again.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah. Thanks for asking though. That'd be tragic if you're trying to every time you like tried to leave the program, it just lost all the progress.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, let me make sure before I go, because I don't want to have to start all over again.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
All right. Well, the rest of y'all can fill out that safety form and then head out. Should be good to go. See you, Rachel. See you. See you, Luis.
Thanks again, Mike. Have a great weekend and see you next week.
You too. You too. Have fun with some Zbrush. See ya. See you guys later.
See ya.
Hey, Mike. I was late to the last class, but I don't know if you saw my email. This is Victor.
Yeah, I did. Let's see. Did that get sent to my school email or my? I think I got sent to my personal email.
Yeah, I sent it to the school email. No, I'm not sure how you do. What is it? Like taking attendance, if it takes it on the like through the Zoom, or are you just noting people in the beginning?
No, mine's basic. My attendance is basically like we're learning tools every week, you know. So
Yeah.
if you start like not learning the tools, you're gonna fall behind basically. So it's kind of like I'm not gonna be taking attendance, but it's like if you're not here for all the lessons, then like you're gonna have like some gaps in your knowledge.
Okay.
So basically, I don't care about attendance that much. I just need you guys here to receive the information, you know.
Right.
So personally, I don't care, but education-wise, I do, because you need to know the tools. But yeah, so you were gone not for the whole class though, right?
No, I came through around, it was like almost 6 o'clock, and I think you had just finished working on like the guitar. I think you had started on the guitar.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a good place to start though. That's a good place to start.
Yeah, and I watched the video, so
yeah, you'll be fine then. I'm not like docking you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just checking up.
Yeah. Thanks for checking in, man.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All righty. Thank everyone. All right. If you are there, Raph, I'll see you later. See you later.